and so much more. Please donate today. Your gift matters.
Please donate at CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org. That's CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org.
You know that feeling when you've really nailed it in the gift department? That's how I feel every year when I send everybody on my list, friends, coworkers, family members, the tender, juicy, unforgettable flavor of Omaha Steaks. That's right. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Black Friday, Cyber Monday sales at Omaha Steaks means you save 50% off. Plus, when you use my name Zioli, you get an extra $30 off your order. That's right. Minimum order may be required. Everyone loves Omaha Steaks and nobody returns this. This makes people happy because it's unforgettable flavor. Tender, juicy, from filet mignons to chicken to burgers to absolutely amazing desserts and side dishes. It's all there for you. And you save 50% off site-wide on guaranteed perfect gifts during the Black Friday and Cyber Monday sales. Use my name Zioli at checkout and you get an extra $30 off on the world's best beef, naturally aged for the ultimate in tenderness, juiciness, and flavor. 5 generations of family-owned. OmahaSteaks.com, promo code Zioli. Do it today. This sale won't last. OmahaSteaks.com.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
More holiday packages are likely to arrive via Amazon as it eclipses FedEx and now UPS. The Wall Street Journal reports Amazon delivered more packages to U.S. homes than FedEx in 2020 and topped UPS in 2022. Economists at Bank of America and Deutsche Bank expect inflation to gradually cool, allowing the Federal Reserve to start cutting interest rates in 2024. Sources tell Reuters China's fast fashion company Shein has confidentially filed to go public in the U.S. A report published on MedArchive may boost Eli Lilly's stock. A study shows Lilly's diabetes drug Mounjaro is more effective for weight loss than Novo Nordisk's Ozempic. And Wall Street ended with slight losses. I'm Carmen Roberts. That's your Fox Business Report. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Attorneys in most of Kansas haven't been able to file documents online since October 12th. But only last week did the Kansas State Judiciary confirm the security incident behind the disruption was actually what they called a sophisticated foreign cyber attack of the state's judicial branch. Attorney Tyler Garrison told Fox 4KC it's not just criminal case information that could have been taken.
All of that information that you provide when you get married, that information is contained within that information management system. Every divorce case, every document filed within that divorce case.
A specific type of cyber attack called ransomware attacks, in which cyber criminals demand money, have been increasing specifically on schools, hospitals, and municipalities.
Ransomware is costing the global economy $8.7 trillion a year. That was the figure for last year, for 2022, $8.7 trillion.
At a recent discussion with the Council on Foreign Relations, Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Tech, Ann Neuberger, noted the disruption on top of the costs.
We've had in this country alone, we've had hospitals turn away ambulances for days because of disruptions of their electronic medical records. We've had critical manufacturing lines disrupted. Clorox announced a recent significant cost to operations, as well as, of course, schools in various states.
She noted that larger critical infrastructure might not be experiencing what hospitals, schools, and other smaller agencies are right now. There was a big critical infrastructure attack in May of 2021 on Colonial pipeline, after which President Biden said he'd asked Russia's President Vladimir Putin how he would feel if a ransomware attack took out pipelines in your oil fields. Colonial's lines carry oil and jet fuel from Houston to the southeast.
President Putin pointed to the activity and said, "This is criminal. It's criminal activity. Let's have our law enforcement talk about it." And the president's response was, well, we've signed up to a set of international norms, which are countries do not disrupt critical infrastructure in those other countries. And whether it's your government or whether it's a criminal operating out of your country, if it's operating out of your country, you're accountable for that.
As for the increasing attacks right now, whether you run a hospital or just like to post details on social media, we should all probably be more careful online.
So it used to be that people a long time ago would take a gun and stick somebody up and steal their wallet.
Michael Bilboni once served as Deputy Public Safety Secretary for the state of New York and is now the President and Managing Director of Redland Strategies.
And that, of course, then morphed into a lot of other things like financial crimes, whether it was insurance fraud. And this has really been an evolution when it comes to crime, because financial crimes were easier than physical crimes in terms of risk and in terms of getting caught. Well, this has now evolved to cyber. Cyber is ubiquitous. It doesn't take a lot of money to get set up. Matter of fact, if you go on the dark web, you can actually find programs, malware as a service. And the challenge there is that anybody can do this. Obviously, the international actors, especially if you're state sponsored, we know that the nation of China has a whole unit that is devoted to hacking, as does Russia. So we know that this is big business for them.
I was reading the Justice Department unveiled indictments against 9 Russians in September for ransomware attacks using a variant of something called TrickBot malware. I wonder if that's what you're referring to when you talk about, that you can go on the dark web and just find this that easily. I know TrickBot was taken down, but are most of these attacks then coming from Russia with Russians using something like TrickBot or a variant of it?
It's from all over the world. You have from Southeast Asia. Matter of fact, there is, when I used to work for I was a trustee in the New York Power Authority, we would set up in the Security Operations Center a flow chart that would give you where the attacks were coming from into the United States. And they would almost predominantly come from the Southeast Asia, Russia, China area. So that's where a lot of these are launched. But in terms of the platforms that they use, I see there kind of 3 different groups. One is the individual actor who just, this includes, by the way, high school kids, and these are kids. Then there is the group that are the professional criminals who create these networks and these different attacks. And then, of course, you have the nation-state sponsored attacks themselves. And what we've seen, by the way, is we saw when Russia engaged in the Ukrainian war, they perpetrated a massive cyber attack on the Ukrainian cyber assets. And so we've also seen that now Iran has also gotten into this, and this is a part of the warfare itself. But there are groups that have been out there that the attacks you're talking about against hospitals and municipalities, they tend to be more organized criminally, and they're looking for money.
Ann Neuberger, the deputy NSA for cyber and emerging tech, she was asked recently about all of these attacks, noting specifically that we haven't seen attacks on critical infrastructure like we have on the hospitals and the schools and whatnot. And she was saying that we had, like previously with the Colonial pipeline attack, we had no rules or laws that said you needed to have some cybersecurity in place. And only now are we rolling out regulations. I guess like pipelines like Colonial will go to TSA. She said the effort to, protect hospitals is underway through HHS. This is only newly being addressed?
So prior to this, what you essentially had, if you went to the Library of Congress and you tried to find a book on what the laws were in securing your cyber network, there wasn't any. It predominantly was done through regulations, the SEC, the FTC, HIPAA, as it relates to CMS.
Medical records.
Medical records, right. They all had rules and regulations as to what you had to comply with, but the seminal standard by which you could assure that your network is as safe as possible is what's known as the NIST standard, the National Institute of Standards and Technologies. But this is an advisory standard. It's not something that if you don't comply with, you get fined, or if you have a problem. Of course, if you do lose, like say you're a bank and you lose people's money, you can be sued by those depositors, and they will cite the fact that you didn't comply with the NIST standards as a sign of liability. So there are standards out there, but it has not been adopted broadly. And as you pointed out, as each of these new attacks come, particularly as it relates to critical infrastructure, the federal government is going to say, nope, you have to protect these things.
In the case of Kansas and their court system, it's been 5 weeks now since their system went down. What could be taking so long to get back up? And does that signal to us that an attack on something even more important like critical infrastructure could mean that a system is down for a while?
So I've gotten a chance to run breach response in several different instances. And what you realize is that, first of all, there is no flag that goes up and says you're under attack. Many times what happens is it takes a while to understand that you have compromised networks and compromised systems. Suddenly it's a latency in terms of operations, or some people notice that there's data missing, or they have data fields that now suddenly are not appearing where they should be appearing, and those people moving them around. That is a part of the challenge. You don't necessarily know when the event begins, but once the event begins, particularly for a municipality or a government agency, you have to decide, so how do you take things offline? How do you not disrupt, particularly if it's a municipality that operates a police department or a hospital? How do you take these networks offline without hurting people, without providing a detriment to what they normally get from government? And then the same is true for the back end. One of the things that the bad guys will do is they'll go in there and they will insert malware that will lie dormant in the networks. And as soon as you try to restore that network, the malware will come back up. And
doesn't it ask you, doesn't it say, give us Bitcoin or give us some sort of crypto token, or we're shutting you down?
Ransom. But that's the ransom. But, and if you do pay it, they can still be in your network. Sure. And therefore, the safe and secure restoration is a real problem, especially if you haven't protected your backup data, which a lot of people don't do. Backup restoration from backup is not a simple thing, because you got to make sure that it is untainted and uncorrupted. So it will take time, especially if you're dealing with personally identifiable information, if you're dealing with health records, if you're dealing with, like the case in Kansas, you had the domestic relations, right? You had the orders of protection. Well, you don't want that information, the address of a victim, to go out so that it can be sold on the dark web, which typically is what happens with that sensitive data.
Earlier this year, the Minneapolis Public Schools, they refused to pay a ransom in a ransomware attack, and all the student information ended up online, including stories from students who were telling counselors about abuse and trauma and bedwetting they'd experienced. When a hacker sells this data, who's buying it? Where's it getting posted? To the point where to the point where it comes full circle, where you're reading about your own self, online somewhere.
So I recently have had some instructions on what happens in the dark web, and it is truly frightening to see the kind of things that are on the dark web. It's the most debased, most perverse, everything from hiring a hitman to also getting malware, but also child pornography. Terrible things are resident on the dark web. And so you have criminals and nation-state actors who go on those sites that are contained within the dark web, and they will purchase this information. Why would they want to know about a person's criminal record or about their personal history? Well, maybe down the line they go and they extort the individual. Maybe it's something that they sell to periodicals or magazines that truck in those types of personal stories. It's unknown whether or not this is something that is the main point, the main focus. But we know this: if you don't pay, you can still have a problem. But then again, the Justice Department says don't pay, particularly for municipalities. They say do not pay. You're not authorized to do that. You can't use taxpayer dollars to do that. So there's still a big quandary for municipalities.
Well, it sounds like there's this agreement among 50 countries, not to pay ransomware anymore. That was according to Ann Neuberger 1 week before this International Counter Ransomware Initiative event. Is that go through? I mean, it sounds like that would be pretty complicated for all these countries to adhere to that.
Well, true. And what's the enforcement? So in other words, you side with an accord that basically says we're not going to pay ransomware, and then the country pays ransomware. Then what? What's the penalty? But the Justice Department in the United States has been very clear: don't pay.
So it sounds like we all have to do a better job of protecting ourselves. The hospitals, municipalities, the schools have to pay more for cybersecurity? Do I as an individual have to do more to protect myself, or is it kind of too late? Is all this stuff out there?
Well, I think that what is really important is that there's personal cyber hygiene. Years ago, the FBI warned that people never update their home routers. A home router, who really thinks about that? But that's one of the key things that you can do, especially now with a distributed workforce where you're working from home at least a couple of days a week. That's a critical step that you can do. The other thing that you have to do is pay attention to what goes on in cyberspace with your information. And everything from phishing attacks. If you just understand that your financial institutions will never ask you to provide financial data or identifying information without contacting you in person. Just not going to happen, or sending you a letter. And it's always easy to say to somebody who says, you've been breached, says, okay, send me a letter with the details and then with a phone number so I can contact you, and do it overnight. So in other words, verify the request for information.
Yeah.
And, it's an added step, and in this fast-paced world, oftentimes it's unrealistic to sit there and have to pause and take a step. But remember, this is your data. This is the thing that matters to you. So you ought to pay attention to what happens with that.
Michael Balboni, President and Managing Director of Redland Strategies, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Wake up with G Komen, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Appliance, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Mommy, I don't feel good.
Oh, well, let me check you for fever. I've got this Exogen thermometer.
Just sweep it across your forehead and, ooh, 100.5. Yeah, you're staying home today.
That sure was fast and easy, just like at the doctor's office.
Mm-hmm. Doctors recommend these Exogen thermometers.
Clinically accurate and backed by over 100 clinical studies, get your Exogen thermometer at Walmart and participating retailers. Learn more at exogen.com.
SimplySafe was named the best home security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. But we don't do what we do for the accolades. We do it to protect you and everything you love. Our advanced sensors and HD cameras are powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for fast emergency response. Visit simplysafe.com/radio to get 50% off any new system today. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like SimplySafe.
For all of you who love to cook Italian, here's a mouth-watering message from Chento.
Take lasagna, manicotti, clam sauce with linguine, chicken parmigiana, and tuna capellini, gnocchi alla rosa sauce, pomodoro frittata, pappardelle, perciatelli, pasta caponata.
How do you give those dishes authentic old-world flavor? Authentic Italian cooking begins with Chento. Chento, for taste that sings. Chento, trust your family with our family.
Headed to the National Appliance Warehouse for your new kitchen appliances?
I know big box stores have low prices, but what about service?
It's great. Their cutting-edge team of professionals will answer all of your questions. They'll even suggest what to ask. They do it all, including their own delivery and custom installation teams, plus 0% extended financing.
Wow.
I know, and you can shop over 100 brands in their 15,000 square foot showroom. That's 6 times the amount of space the average home improvement store devotes to appliances.
Okay, so better service, selection, and prices, right?
Always. National Appliance Warehouse Price Assure scans prices online and updates electronic tags in real time to confirm theirs are the lowest.
The Black Friday mega sale is extended at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 42% on select GE appliances. They have an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Innovative and inspiring, you'll love GE appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their easily accessible showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working. Who, me? Text and whatever, just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Carmen Roberts. Israel and Hamas agree to hold their truce 2 more days through at least Wednesday. White House National Security Spokesman John Kirby.
Our team has prioritized getting this much-needed relief into Gaza to alleviate the suffering of Palestinian civilians there. Of course, most of them have nothing to do with Hamas.
The extended pause will allow more aid into Gaza, the release of at least 20 more hostages and a dozen more Palestinian prisoners. The American journalist accused of spying by Russia will have to wait in prison even longer.
A court in Moscow has extended Evan Gershkovich's pre-trial detention by another 2 months. His custody will now last until at least January 30th.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Gershkovich denies the spy charges. And this is Giving Tuesday, a worldwide day of giving and compassion, of donating to charities and doing good. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
On Monday Night Football, the Bears didn't score a touchdown against the Vikings, but they won anyway. Chicago pulling out a 12-10 win over their NFC North rival in a defensive struggle. The Bears intercepted Vikings quarterback Joshua Dobbs 4 times. Chicago now 4-8 on the season. The loss drops Minnesota to 6-6. After losing their 4th game in a row Sunday to fall to a league worst 1-10 on the season, the Panthers Monday fired first-year head coach Frank Reich. He was let go by the Colts last season, making Reich the first coach fired in back-to-back seasons since the NFL-AFL merger in 1970. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Eric Messersmith, Fox News.
Now
an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Talking about sports is what I do for a living, and it's what I love doing for a living. It motivates me. I love throwing out wild stats or facts that interest me and hopefully my audience. I love analyzing games and storytelling and throwing out hypotheticals. It motivates me. Motivation is important. But in a new world of college football that's dominated by NIL money and an open transfer portal, I'm hearing a few too many questions about motivation. Is this team going to be motivated against a lesser opponent at 11 a.m.? Is another team motivated to close out their season the right way against a rival after a couple of disappointing weeks? Will another team play hard after it was reported their coach is likely fired after the season? Want to know your motivation? You work out, practice, and study film from January to late August for an opportunity to play football games on 12 days. So give it everything on those 12 days. That's it. That's your motivation. It's time to stop with the excuses and start holding players accountable. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Join WIP's Devin Caney and former Birds great Jason Avant on Monday, November 20th for the Miller Lite Bar Blitz in Westchester. The Miller Lite Bar Blitz will stop by Barnaby's, Saloon 151, Jitters, and Kildare's Irish Pub. Enjoy Miller Lite specials, cheer on the Birds versus Kansas City, and meet Devin Caney and Jason Avant. You'll also have a chance to win the limited edition Kelly Green Miller Lite commemorative can and koozie while supplies last. For info, go to 94WIP.com. Must be 21. Tastes like Miller Time, Westchester. Celebrate responsibly.
'Tis the season to deck the halls, but why stop there? How about the kitchen? Forget the halls. It's time for Black Friday savings, now extended at Colonial Marble and Granite. You can get an all-in kitchen for $69.99 plus $500 off cabinetry accessories at any Colonial location. Renovate your home for the holidays at Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Sale ends December 4th. Restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details.
Time for your Fox News commentary. Tommy Lahren. What's on your mind?
Mitt Romney is the textbook definition of a rhino, so it's not the least bit shocking that he declared in a CBS interview he'd vote for a Democrat over Trump or Vivek Ramaswamy. He noted he'd support any of the other Republican presidential candidates, but that a Democrat would be an upgrade over Donald Trump. This harkens back to 2016 and the Never Trump wave of rhinos who vowed to vote for Hillary Clinton or a third party over Trump. Many of these folks ended up sucking up to Trump after he won, only to turn on him once again. Mitt Romney is the ringleader of that pathetic circus. It's not a coincidence Romney isn't seeking re-election. Any support the Utah Dem Republican had has dissipated almost entirely. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. The R behind Romney is nothing more than a Halloween costume at this point, so I say this with love. Bye-bye, Mittens. You will not be missed. I'm Tommy Lahren, and you can watch my show Tommy Lahren is Fearless at Outkick.com.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Let's head out. The theater's about to close.
Wait, what does that sign say?
Warning, watch your step?
No, next to it.
If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60. I didn't know that.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, November 28th. It is indeed Kayal and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Anthony Dorenzo. Phil Almquist, our associate producers. Absolutely loaded Tuesday show. And good morning, Dawn Stenzelin. How are you?
Good morning. It's a cold one out there.
A little nipply out there. A little bit nippy out there. What was it, 34, 35, something like that? No frost on the windshield, though, so I'll take that as a victory.
Nice.
Here on a Tuesday. I put the ice scraper in the truck 2 days ago, thinking, you know what, I'm going to start getting a jump on this. Haven't had to go there just yet.
That's a good thing.
It is. Gregory.
Yeah, buddy.
Another Tuesday for you?
Yeah, another Tuesday.
We got a lot of good stuff to get to today. A big take on tightening the vice, we shall explain. Also, some of the grave conditions that some of these Israeli hostages had to endure when they were captive with Hamas. Brutal stuff. We will give you some of the firsthand details that some of these brave people had to endure for roughly 50 days. So we'll get to that this morning. Also, Disney makes a shocking admission to their shareholders.
Uh-oh.
We've all said it, but, we get discredited. Oh, it's just one of those right-wingers and their gripes and their complaints. It's not really truth until Disney comes out and says, hey, shareholders are bad.
Let me guess. We're going to turn this boat around, right?
We're gonna reverse course and resurrect the Titanic.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Exactly.
Also, the NSA has a woke glossary that's going to blow your mind. If you've ever wondered where your tax dollars are going, this is one that will make your head explode.
A woke glossary?
That's correct.
Oh, I can't wait to hear about this.
Terminology that they are teaching their employees about so they could be more diverse and equitable in today's society.
The people who spy on us and surveil on us.
That is correct.
I need to know that the people that are spying on me go by they, them pronouns.
That is correct.
Okay.
So we'll get to that this morning. Also, old drivers and cars with built-in speed limits. Very fascinating stuff there. We've got a
I
low
could have used
boost.
that this morning.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Wait, 95. Can I just say one thing real fast? 95 this morning.
Yeah.
There was a car stopped, and there was like 4 lanes there as you're getting into the city. There's a car just stopped, and like people slam on their brakes, and it's just like you just pray to God that the people behind you aren't texting or aren't going so fast that they slam in the back of you. I hold my breath as soon as I hate it.
You swerved around it, though?
No, I had to physically stop and go around it.
Okay.
The worst.
All right.
I hate traffic.
I agree. We got to get to...
Right now, the Schuylkill West, they're reporting.
Oh, no.
Conchie Curve.
Great.
Half an hour delay.
Good.
Yeah, there was an accident right near the Country Curve this morning.
But you know what? When the traffic gets bad between 6 and 10, that's fine because that means victory for us. Stay stuck in traffic and listen to us for longer. Traffic is your friend in Morning Drive. That's what I was once told. We also got to get to the booster rate in America. An NFL writer at Deadspin once again playing the race card, going after another child. And also airplane etiquette. We will get to that.
That story about the kid is just
ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
And it's the same clown that wrote the one last week about blackface for the kid in high school. So,
this guy is at it again, huh?
Same dude.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he's up to his old tricks. So we'll get to all of that this morning. But let's get to the news. There's a lot of it. And for that, at 6:05, we go to the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored this morning on this Tuesday morning, as Greg always says, November 28th. Code Blue alerts, especially in many suburban counties. We've already risen to a balmy 33 degrees. Feels like 27 outside right now with the wind chill. So we'll tell you about some flurries in the forecast, and a big change is coming. Sponsored this morning by Consumer Cellular in Kayal Company News Live. So Code Blue alerts. Most importantly, you're supposed to check on senior citizens, maybe elderly neighbors, and don't leave the dog outside for more than 20 minutes. If you let them out in the yard, bring them back in, and kitty cats too.
How long do you typically leave old buddy boy out there for?
Probably 11 to 12 minutes.
You got a time to a science. Look at that, 11
I
to
know.
12 minutes.
Because he's thin, he's 14.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And how long is it going to take for him to drop one off out there? You're in and out real quick, right?
Oh,
yeah.
He's just timing me. No, we had a family friend, their son, who was like 11 at the time, left their dog outside, and the dog froze to death.
No.
Left the dog out for like a couple hours.
I gotta ask a really morbid question. When a dog freezes to death, are they like frozen, like stuck there like a statue? I'm just curious.
Stop.
No,
That is.
Wow.
That's terrible.
You heartless guy.
No, I'm just wondering what happens when said pet freezes.
Yeah, he
to
lifts.
death. Are
They lift their leg. They take a squirt and then they just freeze.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, it can happen, right?
It's a sin.
Yeah. Okay.
Could happen.
Sorry.
Well, we do have this morning, we'll talk about the forecast, and it's an important one in a moment, but we do have this morning an investigation underway after a Septa police officer shot a knife-wielding man. The man is accused of stabbing 3 different people, including an unarmed security guard in Center City, Philadelphia. So this happened 8 o'clock last night, Broad Street and South Penn Square, just outside Philadelphia City Hall. And after police get the call about this guy down on northbound platforms at the Walnut Locust station, trying to slash people who were walking by. So Septa police say the guy was trying to stab people as they were on the platform. Pretty scary situation. So ultimately the police, they initially tried to taser this guy, and ultimately that wasn't working. We don't know if the guy was on something, what was going on, but 3 people stabbed, a Septa guard who was not armed, I want to point out to you. And so they're investigating the situation here this morning, still just trying to figuring this out. They were told preliminarily this was unprovoked. This guy just came out of nowhere into the station, started making slashing motions at people, trying to stab people, and then the unarmed security guard approached the guy, and who then went on to stab that security guard in the neck, and then slashed 2 other passengers before running off the platform there.
Wow.
So it's just a scary situation. Like I say, pull out the taser, trying to get him. We're told the taser was ineffective.
I'd love to know how that is or why that is. I mean, are some of these individuals so hopped up on some sort of substance that it just doesn't subdue them? Because we've seen this before where you try to taser somebody, you think you have them, and then they take off running again.
Yeah.
I'd be flopping around like a fish if I got tased.
Because you see it sometimes even, on I don't know, on some of the cop shows or on those reality shows.
Yeah.
Looks like the tasers are terrifying.
I know. That's the last thing I want. I mean, I'm assuming it's far worse for you if you're like shirtless, like some of these bozos are when they have to deal with police and they get tasered shirtless. But if you're wearing like a big winter coat and you get tased, I'm assuming it has less of an effect. The more layers, less penetration, I'm guessing.
Well, and my next question is, does it need a battery charge or something? Is there something physically going on with the device?
Right. And
that's not safe.
Well, you only get, I think, 1 or 2 discharges with the taser gun, if I recall correctly. But I'm sure somebody will let us know on Twitter.
So the blessing here, if there's one, all 3 of the victims who were stabbed suffered non-life-threatening injuries. So they do have a crime scene unit down there. They said that this is just, police are saying it serves as one more reminder of the dangers law enforcement officers face on a daily and nightly basis. And it happened 8 o'clock last night. So we're obviously following that one for you. We did have a story, and I did not know that these were called barnacles, but Philadelphia City Council, they held some hearings yesterday on these controversial windshield barnacles. So I'm not talking about what Nick Kayal, when he bought his scraper, that's not what we're talking about here. They're those big kind of metal things that they put on your windshield. It's usually yellow, and it says "Do not move vehicle." It's like a suction thing to the windshield of the vehicle. And so this is what tow truck companies, private towing companies would use. But it has become a very controversial situation. They held the hearing. They say that many people say this is not right to do this. It immobilizes a car by blocking the driver's view, and it's removed after what many would consider a huge fine. So Philadelphia police saying they've received a lot of calls about these so-called windshield barnacles. So the committee voted yesterday to move their discussion to the full council. So they're going to figure out steps the city's going to take, including potentially changing some of these towing laws.
Okay.
So it's a tool used by the tow truck drivers.
Barnacles.
Okay? The barnacles. We had 11 more hostages released yesterday. And if you go to the 1 to 3 for every one victim or hostage or kidnapping victim in Israel and Gaza there, then you have 3 of those Palestinians, accused terrorists, etc., prisoners, whatever you want to call them, released. So 11 to 33 ratio. So that's what we had released yesterday. No Americans released yesterday during that swap.
That's okay. John Kirby said there's still a few days to go. Don't get too bent out of shape. We'll figure out how many we actually have that are hostage, and we'll see what we can do. There's still time. The window hasn't been closed yet, Dawn. John Kirby.
By the way, LeBron James, what a loser. We just blew him out last night. Sixers, Philadelphia 76ers.
44 points.
44-point spread.
The Sixers beat the Lakers by 44.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't even paying attention to that. I was watching Mike Opelka's Chicago Bears on Monday Night Football.
The Bears.
Their defense, the Lakers defense was just non-existent.
That is wow.
It was a sin.
It is a sin. If you lose by 44 in the NBA, you should be relegated to like the G League for a night.
Well, let's get to our all-important forecast. Wind chills are just in the 20s all day today, so it will never feel like it's above 30, okay? So today, bitter cold, bundle up. We'll still have those gusty winds on the order of up to 35-mile-an-hour winds today. Partly sunny with a high of 39. Again, it'll never feel like 39. It'll feel like about half that if we're lucky. So the combination of the wind, the cold air, it's going to keep the wind chills in the 20s all day. And a few flurries north and west of the city cannot be ruled out. So nothing's going to stick, but,
What did I hear? I heard yesterday that it's been 22 months since Philadelphia and New York and other Northeast cities have had over an inch of snow or an inch or more of snow.
Is that correct?
It's the longest drought that we've gone through.
Well, last winter was very mild up here.
Yeah.
It was like people always ask me, what's it like in Nashville in the winter? I'm like, you're living it right now. It's like 45 degrees and no snow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not complaining, by the way. Are you complaining about that?
I'm not complaining, no.
Okay.
I'm just saying. By the way, up in New York State, like, because of the Great Lakes or the lakes up there, the lake effect snow.
Yeah.
They're going to get like 30 inches or something, or they're supposed to get 30 inches.
Nice. Yeah, whenever you report from there and they're like, stand by the lake and put a light on her. You're like, oh, it's a blizzard out here, but not really.
You couldn't pay me to live in those, like Buffalo and like those areas where they just get snow all the time.
You can barely pay me to live here.
And not only snow, they get like 4 feet of snow.
I know. And some of them really enjoy it.
Yeah, they're crazy.
Oh, I hate the heat, the humidity. Give me heat and humidity every day of the week.
Amen.
Kids want the snow, though. They keep saying we're going to get some snow this winter. I'm going to hold them to that. I hope so.
Maybe we can send our little Philadelphia Eagle fan that's the bird flipper. We can send him up to Buffalo.
Well, tomorrow, much of the same. The winds will relax a bit tomorrow, but it's still a cold day. Partly sunny skies. High of 39 again tomorrow. But like I say, we won't have the wind chill factor, so it'll feel a little nicer. Okay. Once Tuesday and Wednesday are out of the way, we're coming to Thursday, and then we return to more seasonable temperatures. Thursday, mostly sunny, high of 50 degrees. Friday, that warm-up continuing. A little more clouds than sun, with rain possible by the end of your Friday, high of 52 degrees. And then for the weekend, Saturday, I think, is the better day when we rise to 53 degrees. Maybe some clouds and sun. And then Sunday, a cloudier day, some showers are possible, but still 51 degrees. So seriously, today and tomorrow, bitter cold, we get through it, but then the nice piece of it, Thursday through Sunday, it looks like more seasonable in the low to mid, well, not quite mid, but low to early 50s, all right? Consumer Cellular brings you this news. Consumer Cellular offering the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic, 100% U.S.-based support, just a click or call away. Plus, activation always free. Visit consumercellular.com. Switch today. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:16 on this Tuesday morning as we get ready for another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
All right, the big take this morning, tightening the vice. When historic events occur in the United States, always pay attention to what the government begins to implement in the wake of tragedy. After 9/11, things changed. On October 26th, 2001, the Patriot Act was published. Yesterday on Kayal & Company, we played you this clip from Fox News as Fox and Friends First was interviewing Sonia Labasco, the director of the Air Marshal National Council, and she revealed this bombshell on what level of air security you could expect for Thanksgiving travel and how the TSA now has a special list for people who traveled to Washington, D.C. and that vicinity on January the 6th. Listen and watch this shocking admission.
Okay, so how many air marshals are on planes right now, and how many do you think there should be to get to a safe level?
Well, Carly, we're not flying right now. The only missions that we're doing are Quiet Skies missions, and those are missions that are following the January 2021 people. So we're either on the border for illegal immigrants, or we're following folks from January 2021. We're not doing our regular missions where we're out there looking for the bad guys. So right now on most flights, you're not going to have air marshals.
What do you mean by that? You're following January 2021 people. What does that mean?
That means our primary mission is a little group called Quiet Skies. It's a mission called Quiet Skies that we're following people that flew into the National Capital Region in January 2021. You did not have to go to the Capitol or the rally, and you've been put on a specific list that TSA now has assigned air marshals to follow these people who have not had any type of criminal investigation. They haven't committed a crime, but yet 3 years later, we're following the same individuals day in and day out.
That is absolutely stunning. We played a little bit longer version of that yesterday for you on the cut sheet. So forget air marshals being up in the air with you on your flight to prevent any federal crimes, because they are tracking Americans on a daily basis who flew into the general area of Washington, D.C., but had nothing to do with January 6th and have no criminal history and committed no crimes. That is reassuring. Actually, that's very scary. The Patriot Act following September 11th, 2001. TSA air marshals now focused on innocent Americans following January 6th, 2021. Are you paying attention and keeping track? But there is more. The United States surveillance machine doesn't end there. The police state continues. Remember March 2020? Yes, of course, we all do. That was when we officially declared a pandemic in the United States. COVID-19 officially became a thing, and life changed in a multitude of ways for multiple years. And just because life has returned to normal doesn't mean that the establishment and big pharma aren't keeping tabs on you. Did you know that Moderna is actually spying on your internet activity? This story courtesy of unheard.com. U.S. Open tennis champion Novak Djokovic is famous in part for being an amazing tennis star, but also for refusing to get the COVID-19 vaccine. If you recall, he was banned from entering the United States to compete in tennis matches because he was unvaccinated. Completely ridiculous on all levels, including the absurdity that we allow migrants to enter the country at our southern border unvaccinated, but not a professional athlete in the prime of his athletic career. After winning the U.S. Open, after being allowed to compete while still being unvaxxed finally, headlines read like this: Djokovic crowned anti-vaccine hero after U.S. Open win. But for pharmaceutical giant Moderna, that was a big blow. One report rated news surroundings such as this: Jovac is listed as high risk, noting that, quote, vaccine opponents are celebrating the tennis champion, and that some on social media are mockingly pointing out that Moderna, oh, by the way, is a U.S. Open sponsor. Other alerts produced by a partnership, and this is where it gets scary, where they have blended marketing executives with former FBI and Secret Service analysts, also citing concerns around the drug industry's profits as a source of misinformation. Moderna has misinformation reports that reveal what the pharmaceutical company is willing to do to shape public discourse around its marquee product and even affect policy making. With almost nobody getting the latest booster, Moderna has quietly upped their price from $15 per shot to $26 per shot to now about $130 per dose. But as far as the online monitoring goes, they have eyes and ears everywhere to monitor what people are saying about their latest shot, including a range of mainstream outlets as well as unconventional ones such as online gaming communities. I want you to think about that for a moment. They are monitoring online gaming communities to see what Americans are saying about their product, a COVID shot, in a gaming community. Could you imagine tuning into one of these groups and hearing them talk about Call of Duty, expecting them to talk about something about Moderna? Give me a break. Others that have been noted as high risk from Moderna include Elon Musk and Russell Brand. So if you are high risk, okay, if you have a high profile and a platform and an opinion that runs counter to what the COVID shot talking points should be, they will view you as high risk. Good to know that Big Pharma, the feds, and social media still trying to spy on your thoughts. And then finally, in the surveillance nation we now live in, Wired.com has reported a story that says there is a secret White House surveillance program that is giving police officers access to trillions of U.S. phone records. According to the letter, a surveillance program now known as Data Analytical Services, or DAS for short, has more than a decade allowed federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies to mine the details of American calls, analyzing the phone records of countless people who were not suspected of a single crime, including victims. TSA tracking people who had nothing to do with January 6th, Moderna spying on you and deeming you as high risk, and law enforcement agencies going through your phone records despite you doing nothing illegal. The police state is cracking down slowly and surely, but that's only half of the tightening of the vice in this country. The other half has to do with the further infringement on your First Amendment rights and free speech. Elon Musk is now filing a lawsuit on free speech. Deranged left-wing nutjob Keith Olbermann wants to ban Twitter. And even UFC star Conor McGregor is facing attacks from the Irish government over alleged hate speech. Elon Musk, the owner of Twitter, filing a lawsuit against left-wing smear machine Media Matters last week, who claimed that Elon Musk is anti-Semitic. Media Matters claiming that corporate ads are now running on Twitter right next to Nazi content. Apple, Disney, Comcast, Paramount, and Amazon all pulling ads off of Twitter. Here's a business insider on MSNBC talking about this over the weekend. Listen and watch this clip.
The platform is so saturated with extremism, with white genocide, with anti-Semitism, with racism, with conspiracy theories, things that otherwise should be managed in some way, that they can't actually protect the few brands that are still willing to remain on the platform.
In response, Elon Musk is claiming that Media Matters made this story up. They created fake accounts and staged this entire demonstration on Twitter with screenshots, and they are now being hit, Media Matters that is, by Elon Musk by, quote, a thermonuclear lawsuit to counter this, quote, fraudulent attack. This would be an enormous victory for free speech if Elon Musk can win this case and bankrupt Media Matters once and for all. So you have the government, big pharma, federal agencies, and now other left-wing media outlets trying to spy on you, track you, and, of course, take your First Amendment rights away. We'll get into Keith Olbermann and Conor McGregor coming up in about 10 minutes, but it's pretty obvious. If you give the establishment an inch, they will take a mile. Slowly and surely, they are tightening the vice on the American people, whether you know it or not. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in with your thoughts and reactions, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210 is the phone number, 855-839-1210. Twitter and Instagram at 1210WPHT. Or, of course, be a part of the Kayal & Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button and be a part of the show today. We'll come back, get some thoughts and reaction to that, as well as Conor McGregor and his First Amendment rights under attack by the Irish government. And also, you will hear Keith Olbermann's latest deranged rant on why the government should ban Twitter. We'll get to that as we continue. It's Kayal & Company live here on this Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As the weather gets colder and it's freezing out this morning, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel in partnership with the Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. Looking to Sunday, 4:25 game between the 49ers and the Philadelphia Eagles. Philadelphia plus 124 is the money line. You can plunk $5 on that if you sign up right now at FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. If the Birds win, you get $150 in bonus bets. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action than right now. I love the FanDuel app. It's so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and so much more. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg right now. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First online run money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
'Twas the holiday season at Total Wine & More. So many friends that you need to shop for. Gifts on their shelves are so easy to find. Just what you love for your loved ones in mind. Your father likes bourbon, Cabernet for your sis. Champagne for a co-worker, never a miss. Now that's a low price you'll shout out with glee when you shop Total Wine for them and for me.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Like any good agent, we're here for the open house, for the closing, for handing over keys. But because we're realtors, we're here for so much more. Agents who are realtors volunteer at nearly 3 times the national average. We're working to broaden access to credit, increase affordable housing supply, and ensure fair housing for all. And realtors are bound by a code of ethics. We're here for it all. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Hey, this is Norman Chaikin, also known as Norman the Floorman. If I had 50 cents for every math test I failed, I'd have $6.30. No kidding, folks. If you're responsible for buying carpet for your company or organization, you need to call me now. I stock the largest selection of commercial carpet in the Delaware Valley. Call 800-220-RUGS. Call Norman the Floorman to save 50% off our competitor's best price. Now that's not chopped liver.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 6:30 as we roll on live here on a Tuesday morning. Good to have everybody in on this chilly Tuesday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. You can watch us live on YouTube. Hopefully you took advantage of Cyber Monday yesterday. Saw a lot of people tweeting some stuff out yesterday. A couple of Zeoli purchases were made on the 20% off day.
Awesome. Woo. Love it.
Nice work out of those people.
Love it.
Good job. All right, so the captives and the details as Hamas releases more hostages. That is on the way, and some of the conditions that these brave individuals had to endure. That's coming up in just about 15 minutes. But I want to get some thoughts and reaction to kind of what we are living through and what we just discussed here in the Big Take. I'll give you a little bit of a follow-up as well with what Conor McGregor, UFC star, has to deal with in Ireland. And also, you'll hear Keith Olbermann's latest deranged rant on why Twitter should be banned by the United States government. But I'm just thinking about all of these little stories that I weaved in, and it just feels like right now the government, from the standpoint of the First Amendment and free speech, surveillance and spying. We're going to give you the NSA story on the woke glossary that they have apparently been indoctrinating their employees with. But it seems like we live in a world now, more than ever, where this administration, this government, wants to instill a police state, and they are using so many different arms and branches of the major institutions, so to speak, in this country, from the federal government to big tech. We know the way things played out in 2020 and 2021 when it came to free speech leading up to the election, the suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story. And now you have pharma going so deep into the weeds to see what the American public thinks about their pretty much utterly worthless latest COVID-19 booster shot. And we'll give you the details. Only about 4% of Americans so far have taken the latest booster. But this is, I think, scary times. And I'm not one of these people that tries to sound the alarm every single day on this show. But every which way you turn, you just see these stories about an administration just so hell-bent on trying to shape the public discourse There's only one narrative. It's what we tell you. It's what Big Pharma tells you. You can't question it. Just either take it or don't, but don't go online and spout off your views or we're going to be tracking you. And I'm still a little wigged out, and like I'm not playing radio here. Like I'm still a little shocked and wigged out by what we played in the Big Take just now, Dawn. From yesterday's show, we gave you the longer version in the cut sheet of TSA agents 3 years later are tracking and surveilling on a daily basis people that were in the Washington, D.C. area on January 6th that could have been there for a job interview to be a district manager at a Starbucks 4 blocks away from the Capitol. These people are being tracked for what? Like, what world are we living in here, people? Wait, it's bad enough that they're going after people 3 years later that were there for the, quote, Capitol riots that really didn't do anything wrong, but just innocent people that are, quote, guilty by association or by being in the general vicinity. I don't know about you, but that's still something to me that I'm like, wow. That's where we're allocating our resources. I just flew for Thanksgiving, and there was no air marshals on my flight, apparently.
Well, or maybe there were, and you didn't know.
I would like to believe so. I would like to think that there's somebody up there from a security standpoint. Not every flight's going to have them, even when they weren't tracking January 6thers. But knowing that our skies are less safe because we're tracking January 6th people, I don't know. I don't sleep well at night knowing that. I'll tell you that right now.
And one of them, we talked about this earlier yesterday, but one of them was there at January 6th, and I don't know if he was ultimately convicted, but he was, one of those that was individuals rounded up, a dad, and his new baby was on the list and the boarding pass and everything. And so the question is, if they're watching the certain individuals and their children and their families, then what else?
Mm-hmm.
Right. What else? Then I have to ask it's like Big Brother.
Mm-hmm.
We're all back to thinking about George Orwell over here. But I'm just thinking, okay, are they impacting you with jobs? Are they impacting you with banking? How else are they impacting all of us? And we don't even know it.
We don't even, and because we're so caught up in our lives and our distractions and all the technology that we have. And, I've said for a while, I think the smartphone has made us stupid. But, this little device that we have, as great as it is, as much as it makes our life extremely convenient, I mean, we also allow these people into our lives by having all the technology we consume and purchase.
Well, that's the funny thing, is that we allow this every day of our lives.
That's correct.
So, we're really the ones to blame here for this. But this is nothing new.
That's true.
The government has spied on its citizens forever.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference now is that you have a lot of these, citizen journalists and stuff like that who become whistleblowers, who find out stuff and shine a light on it to the public.
Yep.
That never used to occur.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So, you have a lot of people doing the job of what the New York Times and the LA Times and the Washington Post used to do. Now you have citizens doing it because, they want to know what the government is up to.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that it's a new thing. I do agree that it is scary. I hate the whole surveillance thing. But again, we invite it into our house every day by having our smartphones.
Some of the smartest people actually are the people that never maybe bought a smartphone, and they still every now and then you'll see the guy in your family circle or a friend that has like the old Nokia flip phone, and he's like, yep, never got a smartphone, or he doesn't have like an iPad or a laptop, and he's very disconnected from society other than the fact that he makes basic phone calls. He doesn't text message. Those are the people that are the more difficult ones to spy on, surveil, and track. And they probably live a less stressed out life because they're not paying attention to social media 24/7 and having their anxiety go out of control. So it's a fascinating time indeed. But then there's also the free speech element of this and going on social media and questioning your government. And I'm not talking about any of us and us common folk out there. I'm talking about even the celebrities of the world, such as Conor McGregor, who is obviously a big-time UFC fighter of Irish descent. And he is now dealing with this across the pond as former UFC fighter Conor McGregor reportedly under investigation for a series of tweets addressing last week's riots in Dublin, Ireland, that was sparked by the stabbing of 5 people, including 3 children. The riots exploded after rumors circulated online that the man responsible for the attack outside of a Dublin school was a foreign national. Authorities have not disclosed the suspect's nationality. McGregor did not condone the rioters, but he took aim at Ireland's leadership and its immigration policies, saying, quote, a change was necessary. Here are a few of Conor McGregor's tweets that have landed him in hot water with the government under their rules of, quote, hate speech. He said the following, quote, innocent children ruthlessly stabbed by a mentally deranged non-national in Dublin, Ireland today, McGregor tweeted in response to a video of Irish Garda Commissioner Drew Harris, who was condemning the violence as, quote, disgraceful and pushed by a, quote, hooligan faction driven by far-right ideology. McGregor says, quote, Drew, not good enough. There is grave danger among us in Ireland that should never be here in the first place, and there has been zero action done to support the public in any way, shape, or form with this frightening fact. McGregor tweeted, quote, in all capital letters, not good enough. Make change or make way. Ireland for the victory. God bless those attacked today, we pray, end quote. And now the government has said, no, I'm sorry, Conor McGregor. We are going to now investigate you for your speech on social media. How dare you question us and what happened with a brutal stabbing in our country? That's also very scary. So it's not just happening here in the United States with every Tom, Dick, and Harry out there. It's happening with the biggest celebrities in the world. And I keep thinking back to what Trump has said. If they can do this to me, they can do this to you. So keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, to me, Nick, I think that there's more to this in the sense that he was slamming their prime minister over the prime minister, Leo Varadkar, who didn't really have too much to say about the 4-year-old little girl who was a Hamas hostage in Israel. And there are there's this grassroots movement to get that saying Conor McGregor should lead Ireland and jump into the political ring.
Oh, as in run for office?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that, I think, in part is why his potential political foes are saying, we got to shut that down.
Right. We got to shut your speech down. You're too much of a threat. God forbid you run for office. You're a rock star. You're a megastar over here. You could end up winning, and then all of a sudden, and that's what we're talking about here, right? Controlling the narrative, shaping the narrative, keeping power, keeping control, money, power, control. That's all these people are obsessed with. And anytime somebody kind of rises up and can become a threat to that, so to speak, establishment, they need to, basically eradicate you from the picture, which is very, very scary. Not as scary as Keith Olbermann, though, and this is where we'll wrap up some of the free speech stuff. Now, look, I've made my claims in the past before that I want TikTok banned, but I think my banning of TikTok is more valid because my argument has been I don't want China spying on us. Bad enough our own government does it. I don't need another superpower spying and gathering data from Americans. But Keith Olbermann wants to ban Twitter because of guys like Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Here is the latest unhinged rant from a man sitting in a high-rise apartment in New York with no female companionship, losing his mind in New York City. Here's Keith Olbermann on why they should ban Twitter, and the government should be the ones to do so.
It is time for the government of the United States to ban X, the social media site still largely known as Twitter. And yes, I get the irony. Scan that QR code to take you directly to the Friday edition of the Countdown podcast, because with his amplification of a post duplicating the hateful language of the Pittsburgh synagogue shooter, with his doubling and tripling down on anti-Semitism and white supremacy, and with the likely Republican nominee for president echoing the hate speech of the Nazis and Hitler, Elon Musk is standing over a tinderbox of racial and religious hatred and intolerance, and the targeting of the, quote, other, unquote, that has never been fuller and never been drier in the history of this country. The peace and security of the United States of America is literally at stake. The president or Congress or the states, or all of them acting together, must ban Twitter X and sever all contracts and contacts with all of Elon Musk's other companies, SpaceX, Tesla, The Boring Company, Neuralink, and XAI. Elon Musk has gone down a path of hate and potential violence from which he cannot backtrack. Either he goes or Twitter X must. All that and more on the Friday Countdown podcast, now live wherever you podcast and also on YouTube. Hit the link or scan the QR code.
Yeah. By the way, in the future, boys, we don't need to have him promoting his show at the end. We can end it with his deranged rant. I'm not giving him free plugs for his outlets. That guy, this is what happens, folks, when you don't get laid. I truly believe that guy needs to have a female in his life. Elon Musk, there's no peace. There's no national security. There's a rising hate speech. There's going to be blood in the streets if we don't basically wipe Elon Musk off of the face of the earth is what he's asking for.
Can I say one thing that's super superficial?
Yeah.
Yes, I said super superficial. Like, what's with the blue glasses?
Oh, with Oberman.
Yeah,
I know.
I can't.
Yeah.
Like, just wear normal glasses.
Yeah.
If you want a little color on them, fine. But
Right.
like, they're just huge blue. Oh.
I know. It's
Anyway,
a bad look.
He looks insane.
Yeah.
He looks insane. And I don't know. I don't know what happened to him, because I saw you tweeted something a couple weeks ago, something where you basically said, like, when he was on SportsCenter, like he was so good.
He was great.
Him and Dan Patrick were so good on SportsCenter together, and then he just, maybe he was always nuts, but he hit it better. But he just lost his mind.
Well, it's been like a gradual shift because, I'm assuming he was always a liberal to begin with. My guess is he was probably more like a Bill Maher liberal back in the day. Then he becomes a host on MSNBC. He goes further left. And honestly, I think he's not alone here. I think Donald Trump becoming president and then having the COVID-19 pandemic, I think the last 7 years has broken the brains of a lot of individuals.
You know what's funny, too, is that if you talk to a lot of liberals, like, they don't even like him. They think he's crazy.
Right.
He helped bring up Rachel Maddow, and they had like a big falling out because he's nuts.
Yep.
And like, he trashes her.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So like like some of the most liberal people don't even like Keith Olbermann.
Yeah,
like, that's how crazy he is.
They can't even claim him anymore. He's not one of us. He's gone off the reservation.
He's really a man without a home.
Yep.
Or a female companion.
I know. And there's nobody that will employ him either.
I know.
Think about that. As left as MSNBC is, they don't even bring him in as a contributor, a panelist, or a guest. Yeah. He's just basically doing videos by himself in his apartment.
Yeah. He's a legend in his living room.
He really is.
Keith Olbermann, wasn't it about a year ago when he was trying to put out all these stories of MSNBC, I'm coming back, they want me back, we're supposed to have dinners, and they're like, no.
Yep. No. When the contract negotiations between Rachel Maddow and MSNBC were kind of going in this weird direction, and she wanted to only work 1 day a week and blah, 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 blah. They were going to bring him in as kind of like a leveraging thing for her to like kind of, scare her into
5 days a week.
Yeah. And then I don't think anything ever really was going to happen. I think they just brought him in as like a bargaining chip. Like, if you don't do 5 days a week, we're bringing this nutcase back.
That's right. And he's got worse TDS than you do. We'll show you. 855-839-1210, the number. We'll come back, wrap up the 6 o'clock hour. Some of the details coming out about the conditions of which these captives that were released are hostages from Israel, what they had to endure. It is very disturbing, and we will give you those details coming up next as we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of year with Christmas in the Air, a first-class Broadway-style spectacular that's festive fun for the whole family. This snow globe come to life dazzles with a cast of high-kicking Rockette-style dancers performing alongside magical holiday characters. November 24th through December 24th at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com.
With food prices going up, it's hard to decide on what to buy and where to buy. If you're looking for a way to stretch your food dollars, look no further than your neighborhood grocery outlet. We have the name brands you love for 40 to 70% less than regular grocery stores. Our stores are locally owned and operated by people in your community, so we understand the challenges you are facing. Stop by your local grocery outlet today for deals you won't believe.
Grocery Outlet Bargain Market.
I want to talk to you about Mike Garvey at Pro Health Plans. If you pay for your own health insurance, or if you're looking for coverage, do not go online looking for quotes. You'll get endless calls from call centers, and they will not stop. Instead, call Mike, an expert with over 30 years' experience. He can provide sound advice for your health insurance needs. Their plans let you pick your doctors, and it's 30 to 60% lower cost than Obamacare. The monthly premiums are independent of your income, so there'll be no surprise tax bills. If you pay for your own health insurance, own a small business, you're uninsured, you're on COBRA, or your employer coverage is just too expensive, call Mike at 610-529-1106. That's 610-529-1106. Or go to prohealthplans.com. That's prohealthplans.com. They'll custom design a plan managed by you, not the government. Call Mike at 610-529-1106 or prohealthplans.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A man was shot by a Septa police officer after authorities say he stabbed 3 people on a Broad Street line platform. Code Blues are in effect for Philadelphia and many surrounding counties, and the lighting upgrade project at Boathouse Row is delayed several months because of supply chain issues.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I can't wait for this. This spring, Southern Italy. Let's do this. It is time to sip that limoncello, maybe a beautiful Italian red wine from your hotel balcony as you savor the sunset beyond the Isle of Capri. That's right. I'm talking about the Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, and yes, Capri. Join me next spring as we discover the wonderful sights in Southern Italy with my friends from Conservative Tours. Nobody does it better than Conservative Tours. So the Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii, will have plenty of time to see all the great sites, including the ancient sites, the Colosseum in Rome as well, all while enjoying a gastronomical event for 12 days of touring. Olive oil production, a mozzarella farm, and yeah, the wineries. Can't wait for those tasting sessions. Tasting sessions galore. The group dining events they're known for are legendary. 5267. That includes nonstop airfare while supplies last. You can go to conservativetours.com. Scroll down, you'll see my picture. Yes, my husband, Larry Menti. My teen, Michael and David, our teenage sons, are going too. So for us, it's a family trip of a lifetime as well. And the toll-free number is on the site there at conservativetours.com, 888-733-9494. By the way, we're going to see why so many Italians take their vacations in Puglia, which is so picturesque, unspoiled, really Italy's best-kept secret, and authentically Italian. Conservativetours.com. Let's do it next spring in Southern Italy. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tuesday morning. Hopefully all of you off to a great start. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. Also, we got a listener email from yesterday's debacle of my story about Nashville and getting food poisoning that we have to provide an update for, courtesy of one of our great listeners, Beverly. Better late than never. I might actually have to look into this product for future situations. We'll get to that as we continue.
Is it Imodium?
Well, that would have helped as well. And I didn't have that on hand either. So that'll be some good stuff coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. What's on the cut sheet at 7:45. Still thinking about the 4-year-old American girl that was released, one of the hostages who had to endure her parents being murdered right before her very eyes. I was watching some of the stuff yesterday. Brett Baer had a couple of correspondents over in Israel discussing that. I mean, the poor girl had her parents' blood all over her and witnessed her parents get killed right before her eyes. But we're also beginning to get more details on some of the Israeli hostages that were released and have returned home, and some of the details of the captivity are emerging now, such as they were sleeping on plastic chairs that were essentially their beds. They had meals of bread and rice. They spent hours waiting for the bathroom. Most of the freed hostages appear to be in stable physical condition. However, a lot of these individuals have lost a drastic amount of weight. Mirav Raviv, whose 3 relatives were released by Hamas on Friday, said they had been fed irregularly and had eaten mainly rice and bread. She said her cousin and aunt Karen and Ruth Munder had each lost about 7 kilograms, which is 15 pounds. So they lost 15 pounds in about 50 days, and they had to sleep on rows of chairs that were pushed together in a room that apparently looked like a reception area, and they said they sometimes had to wait hours on hours before using the bathroom. Also, you had an 85-year-old woman who had to endure a lot. She pretty much was in darkness for the most part and had to adjust to the sunlight upon her release. Quote, she was in complete darkness, said one of her family members. She was walking with her eyes down because she was in a tunnel for so long that she was not used to the daylight. And during her captivity, she was disconnected from all of the outside world. So, I mean, these are just, I would think, beyond the fact that it's inhumane, it really, I would have to imagine, messes with your mental state of mind, right? Like when you're in darkness for that long, you're not on a regular, food schedule. You've lost all this weight. At least from what I gather in the first part that I read, it says that they had pushed chairs together in what looked to be a reception area. I'd like to think that there was at least light in the reception area, but for some of these people that were underground in these Hamas tunnels, could you imagine going 7 or 8 weeks in straight darkness and isolation? That has got to be absolutely horrifying and play all kinds of tricks with your mind.
Yeah, especially for anybody who's claustrophobic.
Oh, my God, yeah.
And some people needed their medication. They
Yep.
didn't, they were on medication. We heard about that. It sounds mostly like they were down in those tunnels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, I'm sure that they're trying to figure out where they're holding them, but it sounds like they're keeping them in separate locations, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They Brett Baer's program last night around 6:15 was showing video of the hostages reunited with family members. And I got to tell you, now I know they probably went to a hospital, had all their vitals checked, and they emerged in relatively good condition. But for being gone for almost 2 months like that, they looked relatively okay, relatively happy. I'm thinking, I don't know how these people would have, I don't know how I would have survived. I can tell you I would not look as good as some of these people did last night on TV.
I can't imagine the mental mind blank that these people are going to, especially these kids.
Yeah.
Like we don't even know what the lasting effects are going to be for these kids for the rest of their lives.
It's a form of torture, is it not?
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely it is.
So.
Absolutely it is. And it's just, I'm glad they're home. I'm glad everybody's safe. And, it's just, oh, God.
Yeah. But, of course, we have the 3-to-1 ratio, and we still have more Americans that, according to John Kirby, there's still, another day or so where they could actually pull off a few more hostages, so to speak.
It's just 9 American hostages. I know that this is a delicate diplomatic endeavor, but I just feel outraged.
Mm-hmm. But we also have no direct communication with Hamas. So we have no idea how to get what information from them.
But we're enabling these are terrorists. The only thing they get or understand, they understand fear, and they don't fear us.
That's right.
And so to me, I just feel like that's why I kind of love like the Conor McGregor attitude where he's like, hoorah, this is not acceptable.
Yep.
And so the fact that we're all just like pussyfooting around and, we can't talk to them, we're enabling them.
Mm-hmm.
And every other terrorist, crazy freak group around the world is watching this and taking notes.
That's correct. If you don't rule with an iron fist, others take notice, and then they try to take advantage of your perceived or the reality of your weakness.
Secret Squirrel on the YouTube chat writes, some person is going to invent the hostage weight loss plan.
Oh,
Stop. Will you stop?
15 pounds. That's nice.
Yeah.
I'd like to
15 in 50 days?
Take me hostage.
I think most Americans would take that after the start of the new year, right? Jeez.
That's why. Is that why? No, I can't even joke about it.
Dawn, as Don Lemon once said.
Dawn, you better keep your mouth closed.
Too soon.
All right. 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. And then we got a lot of good stuff coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. A stunning admission made by Disney. And also, is there a new age limit coming to when older drivers need to take their test again? And also, cars with built-in speed limits. That's being floated out again by those in the transportation department. We'll get to those stories as we continue. The cut sheet at 7:45, and hour 2 of Kayal and Company is next.
It's football season, and the NFL is in full effect on the free Odyssey app. We're heading into the final stretch of the regular season, and the playoff picture is starting to come into focus. Whatever team you're rooting for, the free Odyssey app has you covered with the local talk and your team's podcasts. Plus, listen to play-by-play of every Sunday night, Monday night, and Thursday night game from Westwood One. If you're looking for the NFL, it's all on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search for your favorite team. That's AUDACY.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for your lifestyle. Save for the summer with a 5-month certificate at 5% annual percentage yield. Or be prepared for next year's holiday season with an 11-month jumbo certificate at 5.50 annual percentage yield for balances of $100,000 or more. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra in a salute to Philly sports fans at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th, in the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 25th.
I love the orchestra.
Can't wait to hear the band. The city's on fire right now.
It was fantastic.
The Birds?
Keep this party rolling, baby.
Awesome. This is funny.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Listen on your schedule. Anytime. Just go to 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app and search the Kayal and Company podcasts.
Straight up 7 o'clock, hour 2 underway. It is a Tuesday morning here on Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. What's on the cut sheet? That's coming up 7:45 this morning. Also confirmed tomorrow, Tony Bruno at 8:25. And also, I found out last night that our buddy Sean Farash, the great Donald Trump impressionist and impersonator, will join us on Thursday morning.
Woohoo! Nice.
9
Awesome.
o'clock.
Good.
And he's got some new material.
Oh, good.
So I'm hoping he doesn't release it on Twitter today or tomorrow, because I would love for it to be unveiled and unsheathed.
Yeah.
Right here on Kayal and Company. So we'll have some good laughs with that.
Unsheathed.
You like that? That's a Tony Brunoism. Unsheathed. Yeah. By the way, a lot of good reaction yesterday to our buddy Harry Mays for jumping on. So nice work out of him, and we're glad that you all enjoyed that. All right, let's get to the news. There's a lot of it. Round number 2, Dawn Stensland at 7:02. What do we have this morning, Dawn?
We have a lot going on this morning for sure, and we are sponsored in the news this morning by Malvern Retreat House. We have code blue alerts in Philadelphia and the surrounding suburbs this morning due to wind chills. Even though the high today with the wind will be 39 degrees, it'll never feel like that. So alerts are going out to be safe, especially if you're working outdoors, if you're going for that morning run, and a lot of efforts. The code blue essentially allows extra funding and that sort of thing for those who are homeless, for homeless shelters, opens things up. So there is a purpose for it. because I saw some complaints online, but that's why they actually do it.
Too cold, too early, in my opinion. We can't have this on November 28th. I can't have temperatures like this before December, for God's sakes.
I kind of laugh at it. I do. I think it's kind of funny.
You do what? The temperatures?
That everybody's complaining.
I
mean, it's
crawl,
34.
I want to crawl up into a ball and just die. That's how much I hate this cold
Would you stop?
I do. I can't. It's bad enough at 4:48. It's dark out. The only thing that makes it worse is when we get to the winter and we're coming off of some snow and all the streets are gray from the rock salt. God, that's depressing.
Dawn, a 4-year-old just survived being
See,
held hostage
my point,
by
I could never
Hamas
do it
for 8 weeks, and
Right.
Nick is like, "Oh, I want to die. It's dark at 4:48 and it's cold."
I'm telling you, I hate it.
Well, this investigation is underway this morning, continuing after a Septa police officer, and this is confirmed, a Septa police officer shot a knife-wielding man who is accused of stabbing 3 different people, including an unarmed security guard. This happened in Center City, Philadelphia, 8 o'clock last night, Broad Street, South Penn Square, just outside City Hall. Police got the call about the guy down on the northbound platforms. And so Septa police say the suspect was, at first, he was trying to stab people on the northbound platform at the Walnut Locust Station. And this was just unprovoked. People started calling 911. So law enforcement called to the scene there. Ultimately, they tasered the guy, and the taser, and we talked about this earlier at 6 a.m., the taser was ineffective. So there are a lot of questions about that, whether the man was on something or was the taser itself. Did it fail? They're not confirming that. But we know that a 6-year veteran of the Septa Transit Police Department shot the armed suspect at least 3 times, wounding him. And so after the taser, so he followed the protocol here, and apparently he did shoot him, but clearly was not shooting to kill.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
So they're talking about the fact that there were businesses. You think about Philadelphia decked out. We've got our tree. We've got the skating rink opening up. We have so many. They're trying to attract people to City Hall in this area.
Yeah.
And so they're saying that ultimately, it's disturbing, and it's a disturbing sight to have somebody in law enforcement. I will say that in this case, the unarmed security guard was the one who approached the guy, kind of an unsung hero in all of this.
Unarmed
security guard.
He's got more stones than I do.
So he was one of the 3 trying to protect the other people who the guy, So the 3 people, including the unarmed guard, they were hospitalized, but the stabbings are not threatening their lives.
Okay.
But still,
right.
Stitches and a serious situation.
But think about the levels to which this officer had to go. I mean, he uses his taser multiple times. That doesn't appear to be effective. And then shoots the guy 3 times, I'm assuming in areas that would not result in a fatality. But, at what point do we get to the point where the officer just needs to kill this guy? I mean, this guy is stabbing people. He's a threat to society. He's a threat to officers. And kudos to this officer for doing everything, quote, by the book. But, I mean, eventually it's like you have to eliminate this threat, right? But imagine what's going through the mind of that officer where he's like, once again, if I'm not right and I don't do everything by the protocol to a T, my career's over. Forget my career. My freedom is gone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well said. My dad has a saying, he who hesitates is lost. You think about there are 3 people bleeding. They're stabbed. We don't, they need stitches, and they could have been life-threatening. They're not.
Sure.
But to your point, Nick, think about what is going through an officer's head in the climate of Krasner.
That's correct. Yep.
That's what you were referring to, right?
Yes, indeed.
In other news, we learned yesterday from Donald Trump's lawyer that the former president and top candidate challenging President Joe Biden for POTUS 2024 plans to testify again next month. This is in his civil fraud trial. So he is to return December 11th, and that is from one of his defense attorneys that they released this information yesterday afternoon. So obviously, we all know that the former president had plenty to say during his initial testimony, and that was earlier this month in the case, the judge had questioned his net worth, accused him of misleading banks, insurers, threatening his future in business in New York. And so the Republican 2024 presidential frontrunner denies all of these allegations and has used his social media platforms on Truth Social and then retweeting it on X. So there's a lot swirling about that. So I just wanted to mention the latest on that one. And I think there was a note in there as well about his son, Eric Trump, who is, I believe, supposed to testify next week. So I have to find that date. But December 6th, he is also scheduled. So the Trump family still marching into December, and the testimony in that trial, that civil fraud trial, continuing in New York City. So I just wanted to put that on your calendar, as it were.
And by the way, speaking of calendars, we've got some debates coming up. Thursday night, we're 2 nights away from Gavin Newsom, Ron DeSantis, moderated by Hannity on Fox at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then I saw a promo, and it was weird because I saw it on Fox yesterday, I think, which is odd that it would be running on another network would run a promo. News Nation is going to have the 4th primary coming up on December 6th. From Alabama.
Yeah, it's not. I'm sure it's not a promo. I'm sure it's a paid ad.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Fox News is not going to promote that. They're going to take somebody's money that says, "Hey, run this."
Yeah, sure. So that's coming up. I kind of feel like we're in a little, like a little dead period with these people right now. Doesn't it feel that way?
Why don't we? Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead, Greg.
There were rumors that Trump was going to show up for
the love of God,
you
please.
Imagine?
Oh, thank God.
What if Trump was like Hannity? He just showed up with, a celebrity, and they got a bunch of footballs, and Trump is just like throwing footballs to the crowd.
Look, CM Punk came back to the WWE.
Never say never, folks.
Trump coming to the next debate.
My God.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, could you imagine how excited News Nation would be? They'll never see ratings like that again. Trump shows up, and all of a sudden they get like a 10 share. The next time they're back to like a 0.1.
Well, why don't we have a watch party? We used to do that.
Yeah.
Come on.
We don't have
fun.
we don't have budgets anymore for stuff like that.
We could just do like an impromptu, like a.
Listen. Do you
Be
want?
glad you have a merchandise store.
Listen, do you want a live and local lineup, or do you want to do these events? Okay.
Sean Hannity on the radio or live and local.
We have to choose sometimes, Don. I choose. I invest in people.
Oh,
listen to that.
Ooh, listen to him.
That actually sounded pretty good.
Thank you.
I invest in people.
2 different. We still have. It's day 2. I should mention day 2 of the nation, and especially Georgia, grieving and celebrating the life of former First Lady Rosalind Carter. So it'll be a 3-day, 3-day situation. So I just wanted to bring that forth as many people continue to honor.
Yeah, I saw all the former First Ladies that are still alive will be there, including Trump, Melania, I believe Hillary Clinton, Michelle Obama, and Laura Bush. I was reading about. All of them will be there.
Yeah. So it's a lot of tributes and celebration of her life. And then as well, we just updating that there was, in fact, a continued ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Hamas still has 9 American hostages. We've been talking about this all morning and, of course, updating you every day. The White House confirming, though, that Hamas still has 9 American hostages. No Americans released yesterday in the latest release of 11 hostages, 33, and that was for 33 of those Palestinian prisoners.
By the way, Chris Forsyth on the YouTube chat, guys, says Trump for WrestleMania 2024. That is going to be in Philly, and it is in April. Remember, there's a primary in Pennsylvania in April.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah,
I mean, it would
sign me up.
It wouldn't make sense.
It would.
God, it'd be awesome.
Well put.
Nice job, Chris.
I love it.
Chris knows the way we think on this show.
I know. I'm telling you, we got to. Well, why can't we just have pop-up events, Greg? We don't have
there's
to
no
sponsor.
money. We've discussed this.
Oh, jeez.
Do you want your paycheck to clear?
Speaking of no money,
especially these days,
we have to talk. We have to talk about the new IRS rule. Do you want me to? I'll save it for a big 8.
Okay.
You know how Bill Maher does new rules?
Yeah.
New IRS rule. So there's news about the new rule and the threshold for third party. If you sell stuff like online and stuff like that, like Etsy or whatever. So new rules. We'll talk about that moving forward. That's a good one. All right. We are sponsored by Malvern Retreat House. Visit Malvern Retreat House, nation's largest Catholic retreat house, located in Chester County. Malvern Retreat House, hosting men's and women's retreats, couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and much more. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice at malvernretreat.com. And our forecast today and tomorrow, technically on paper, it's 39 degrees. We'll never feel like it today. Wind chills will never get out of the 20s. So bundle up. Sunny skies today and tomorrow, but 39 and sunny. And then the warm-up continues. Thursday through Sunday will be in the low 50s, so we're coming out of it to more seasonable temperatures. But I will say, look for some flurries and snow in the Poconos, we're told. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. So a quick update to my food poisoning story that I gave you yesterday on the show. Last Monday when I was in Nashville, I had food poisoning, and I think it was either we had salmonella or Kristen actually went back and listened and watched when we talked about it on the show yesterday.
Yeah.
She's in agreement with you, Greg. She thinks it was the truffle fries.
Absolutely,
that did me in.
Yep.
She said mushrooms can be very, very finicky, very hit or miss from time to time. So we got an email. Greg, you got one from a listener yesterday named Beverly who sent us this story from the BBC. Electronic noses to prevent food poisoning, a.k.a. salmonella sniffers. Where was that a week ago? But Beverly, thank you for the email because she sent us this story from BBC that says, did you know each nose has around 400 scent receptors that are said to be able to detect around 1 trillion different odors, and to replicate such a level of sensory expertise in scientific equipment is a daunting challenge. Yet thanks to artificial intelligence, the latest electronic noses have high-tech sensors that can detect and report specific smells and are quickly improving their levels of speed and accuracy. And their proponents for this say that they can transform food safety. I might need to purchase one.
I love this idea. Can you imagine?
Electronic noses. I've always had a good sniffer, by the way. I can sniff out a fraud a mile away. I just can't sniff out salmonella.
Sometimes you can taste something and it just doesn't taste right, and you're like, maybe I shouldn't be eating this.
I know.
You know what I mean? But by then, is it too late?
Right.
That's
probably is.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
So like, if you guys would have had this nose sniffer and you ate those truffle fries, maybe you guys wouldn't have been in the situation.
That's true. By the way, a good time of the year to check your refrigerator and go through all your products, see what's expired. I did that yesterday. Dude, I threw away like 11 different things that expired back in like June and May. I'm like,
you need to clean your fridge out better.
11,
dude. Your family needs to come here. Like, what is happening?
I had 3 salad dressing bottles that were completely expired. Like, there's no shot I was ever going to eat all of it. There's like 2/3 of the bottle left, and I looked at it, and I just pulled it out. I'm like, oh, expired April 4th, 2023. Guess I could toss this. So, there you go. I avoided some more food disasters. 855-839-1210. And you're right, Greg. I do need help, so I'll try to work on that. We'll come back. A couple of things to get to before we get to the cut sheet at 7:45, including a stunning admission made by Disney, and also, are we really getting to the point where automobiles are going to come with built-in speed limits? I'm not sure I like that sort of restriction. We'll get to those stories as we continue. It's Kayal & Company on a Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Well, speaking of smelling things, how about smelling good things when you walk into your kitchen? You've heard me talk about What a Crock and their delicious ready-made meals before. So if you're a busy working parent like me, or maybe you could use some easy meals, you're going to love What a Crock. I love it. I've used What a Crock for years. I put a meal in my slow cooker in the morning, run around all day. When I come home, dinner is waiting. Unlike most meal kit companies, there isn't any prep required at all. I'm serious. None. And the cleanup is a breeze. It's literally as simple as dropping a meal into your slow cooker and boom, dinner is handled. Done. Whatacrock.com has a huge menu of more than 50 meals to try, from classics like old-fashioned pot roast and chicken Alfredo. I mean, just really delicious, but there are a lot of new ones too, like the stuffed chicken parm meatballs. Those are my son David's favorite. and honey garlic chicken with veggies. No subscription or commitment is required here to order, so you can order exactly what you want whenever you want. Make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. You're going to get $10 off at whatacrock.com, whatacrock.com, code WPHT for $10 off. So if you've tried What a Crock before, you'll know how much of a lifesaver their dinners really are. Just order now at whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giard.
As a
Rescue
mom,
Natural
comforting my
Supplements.
family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Rescue Natural Supplements unprecedented Black Friday sale is back again this year. The savings are bigger and better than ever. Right now, they're slashing prices on all supplements with discounts ranging from 50 to an incredible 80% off the total cost. Rescue has a wide array of products to address your health needs, including immunity, cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. It's 50% off omega-3s, probiotics, and so much more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue Product Consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are 50 to 80% off during the entire month of November. So why wait? Start shopping at res-q.com today or call 800-26-ALIVE.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Join the Faith and Liberty Discovery Center on Saturday, December 2nd to kick off the Christmas season with free admission to the museum, crafts for the kids, holiday movies, see our Christmas tree, and a 19th century inspired Christmas train display. Meet 1210's own Dom Giordano and meet former Birds player and 5-time Pro Bowler Irving Fryer. And stick around for the Philly Holiday Parade happening right outside our doors. Celebrate Christmas and experience the Faith and Liberty Discovery Center at 5th and Market Streets, where the good book meets the history book.
The future of joint pain relief is right here in the Philadelphia region. QC Kinetics, advanced regenerative medicine. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. If you've been told that more steroids or surgery are your only options, not so fast. Get a second opinion. Learn more about how you can harness your body's own healing agents to attack that joint pain. QC Kinetics does not mask the pain. These treatments go to the very core of the problem, using concentrated healing properties placed directly into your joint, which repairs and restores that damaged tissue. Imagine living life, especially this fall, with no more pain in your knees, your aching shoulder, your back, your hips. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Just call the local medical professionals, get a free consultation. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. 215-999-3000. Just call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Dawn Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Got
7:22. It is Kayal Company on a Tuesday morning. Good to have all of you in. Bundle up. Chilly one today. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet? 7:45. And then also two stories in the world of automobiles. One courtesy of Fox News. When should older drivers have to stop driving? Very interesting question. Maybe offensive to some. And also NBC News with a story on whether or not it's time to have cars with built-in speed limits. Some think it's time based on all of the automobile accidents that are on the rise throughout this country over the last year and a half. 855-839-1210, we will get to those. But finally, the big admission. We've chronicled this for many, many months on this show. I don't know a single person that is probably listening to this radio program that hasn't had Disney and Walt Disney World be a part of their life in one way or another, whether it was growing up and taking a summer family vacation to Disney World in Florida, or perhaps you were like Rich and his family, they went out to Disneyland in California, or you grew up with your favorite Disney movie, or you raised your children on the Disney Junior channel, or anything like that. But Disney finally admits that its left-wing politics have hurt their shareholders. This was not a right-wing talking point. It was as clear as day for anybody out there that could, put two and two together and arrive at the conclusion that the number is 4, that this was on the verge of happening. It was coming to fruition with every single thing they did that bombed, in whether it's the movie theaters or on their streaming service or any of their straight to on-demand releases. Because this past summer, Disney and their stock hit a 9-year low, with its marketing cap falling from $350 billion in March of 2022 to this past summer. It took a nosedive to $154 billion, which is a decline of $196 billion, or a 56% drop. And Disney has now made that admission official. In their new SEC filings, Disney is now admitting it has been slapped by its own customers for its far-left social and political agenda. That, according to legal expert, our buddy on the show, Jonathan Turley, who wrote in his recent column for The Hill, quote, "In a new corporate disclosure, Disney acknowledges that its controversial political and social agenda is costing the company and its shareholders." Turley pointed to Disney's SEC filing this week that acknowledged some mistakes leading to losses potentially stretching to billions of dollars, with a pair of statements listed as follows. Quote, "We face risks relating to misalignment with public and consumer tastes and preferences for entertainment, travel, and consumer products, which impact demand for our entertainment offerings and products and the profitability of any of our businesses. We face risks related to changes in our business strategy or restructuring of our businesses, which have affected and may continue to affect our cost structure, the profitability of all of our businesses, or the value of our assets." Disney was forced to admit, quote, "Consumer acceptance is going to impact its bottom line." And if you think about this, consumer acceptance, what are we telling Disney when we don't show up to see these movies or these remade timeless classics that have gone political or social, or when they recast basically one of these movies to fit diversity, equity, and inclusion? Americans don't want you changing what they grew up with. And I think it's as simple as this. If you are a parent and you're raising your child, and Dawn, I'm not sure how you and Larry raised your boys with Disney or not, but I remember my girls, 2014, 15, 16, 17, that was like their Disney era. And they would watch 3 or 4 of the newer shows on Disney Junior channel. But like, we've watched Peter Pan with them, and we've watched other timeless Disney classics. Like, it's not difficult. If it's not broke, don't fix it. So when you try to do these reboots with this woke casting, it fails every time. And I think finally this is their corporate way of admitting it with their corporate jargon that basically the customers out there are giving us pushback. They're not accepting what we're trying to sell them. And I think we've been warning them for years now, and I think they finally admitted it.
Yeah, I'm glad that they admitted it. I love Disney because I think of the first time when I went when I was a little girl, and we got stuck on the It's a Small World ride with my gram. And you think of family, and you think of, and then for Larry and I, we love Disney. We've gone so many times over the years and taken, the kids. And even when David was, I think he was not even a year old. He was a little baby, and we just went. But I love, and I've been to both. I mean, I've only been to the California one once.
Yeah, I've never gone to California.
Yeah, and it's smaller. It's nice, but I'm partial. I love Florida.
Well, it's older and more dated than the Orlando one.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, it's much smaller.
Okay.
Obviously, but I love Disney. I love the Disney World in Florida, and so I'm glad that they admitted it. I hope
too.
that they come back. I think it's all about family.
Yeah.
And your memories, much like and by the way, Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, we're one of the number one markets
to go to Florida.
To go to the Florida Disney.
Yep.
So good. Admit it, get beyond it, fix it.
They've lost $196 billion, or 56% of their market share. That makes Bud Light and their disaster look like a little blip on the radar when you think about it and you put it into perspective, because they lost about 30% with Dylan Mulvaney. So,
well, you used to put your, I remember the kids watching, what was it, with Mickey Mouse and
Mickey Mouse
hot dog, hot diggity dog.
Oh,
and,
don't start with the hot dog. Sorry. I thought I was past
Greg's
that.
Like, stop.
The only thing worse than that is the Baby Shark theme.
But, you think about that. If you saw something by Disney, you thought, okay, it's safe for my kids. And that's what happened, is that people started thinking, oh, geez, what content is going to be there? And,
right.
I just don't want to deal with it.
Exactly.
The truth is, if your kids were watching a show, it gave you a couple minutes where you could have a break.
Like, the Disney Channel Junior, that for me, especially in 2016, 2017, I was out of radio for a little bit. So I was like the stay-home dad for a little bit. And that was like my break. Okay, if I put Channel 287 on, I know for the next 90 minutes, I'm good. Doc McStuffins, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, and PJ Masks, I think, was the other one. And I knew that was perfectly fine. They would watch it, and I'd be able to, read the newspaper, drink coffee, and then, get back to doing whatever I had to do.
And you trusted it.
You trusted it.
As a dad, right?
Correct.
And so that's for, I think, so many parents and grandparents.
Yep, no doubt. 855-839-1210 is the phone number if you want to jump in. We got to have a conversation about the age of driving when it comes to, let's face it, you got to be 16 to get a license. Should you have a certain age limit to keep your license? That was something that was written on foxnews.com. We'll get into that conversation on the other side. But speaking of cars and automobiles, perfect segue to tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And I've been with them since February of last year. I've had my Honda Ridgeline since Memorial Day. And there's many reasons that I love working with the Piazza Auto Group and doing business with them, one of which is their extensive inventory that they provide each and every one of you. Just about 4 weeks ago, about a month ago, I stopped out right before Halloween to the Piazza Hyundai of Westchester location on Route 202. And they showed me what I thought was just your standard electric vehicle. Little did I know that it was the 2024 Hyundai Ioniq 5, and it's a powerful, fully electric SUV with 320 horsepower. I want to run that by you one more time. A fully electric vehicle that is 320 horsepower. And it's got a 300-mile range of battery. Take advantage of a complimentary home charger as well, and you will get up to a $600 installation credit with a purchase or lease at Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and in Pottstown. Or check them out online right now. Go to piazzaautogroup.com or swing by in person on Route 202 and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, Think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Planning a road trip this fall? Maximize your fuel economy by inflating tires to proper pressure and packing light. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hey, this is Norman Chaikin, also known as Norman the Floorman from Norman Carpet. It looked like nobody showed up to the first meeting of the Camouflage Club. No kidding, folks. Whether you need carpet for your home or business, whether it's your boardroom, bedroom, or investment property, I've got just the thing at half price. Whether you visit my showroom on Lancaster Avenue in Bryn Mawr or my warehouse in Conshohocken, you'll save big. Call me at 1-800-220-RUGS. That's Norman Carpet, 1-800-220-RUGS, or visit us at normancarpet.net.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rules stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rule, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rule.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
Have you ever wondered or even considered the difference between credited interest returns and gains on Wall Street? One you get to keep and control. The other one comes and goes. We're going to analyze investors' returns on the S&P 500 from 2000 to 2015, and then we're going to compare them to a certificate of deposit only compounding at 2% during that same time period. Using data curated by Delbar Corporation, which is this country's leading analytic firm over Wall Street, investors only averaged a total of 2.66% per year from 2000 to 2015. Now, this does indicate that $100,000 invested in the year 2000 through 2015 has grown to an estimated $128,000 or less when you consider the fees in one's portfolio. But you also must remember how much time was lost during that 15-year period. You grew it, you lost it, now you have to regrow it. Now that's being victimized by Wall Street and the 2 market crashes and then waiting to recover your lost gains. Now, had the same investor put $100,000 in a certificate of deposit with a compounding interest rate of 2% from 2000 to 2015, that investor's principal would have grown to $135,000 with no fees, no market loss, and no lost growth time. Now, knowing the difference between credited interest returns and gains that are vulnerable to market risk and fees can shield you from the dangers of Wall Street so you can enjoy a retirement with peace of mind. Stop losing time with Wall Street and start gaining time in your retirement.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, baby, Kayal Company getting it done here on a Tuesday morning. What's on the cut sheet? Well, you're going to find out in just about 9 or 10 minutes. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch this production on YouTube, this performance that we give you free each and every day, Monday through Friday from 6 to 10. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Stalker's shooting for 6,000 subscribers.
By Christmas, let's go.
5 was not good enough for him.
No. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Give us an early Christmas gift.
Yeah.
And hit the subscribe button.
Demanding Stalker has returned.
Thank you.
And we like it. All right, so a couple of things in the world of driving, one of which I think is a little ridiculous because I believe in personal accountability and responsibility. We'll get to that story in just a moment. But the first one I saw on FoxNews.com, and the headline read, "When should older drivers have to stop driving?" That might trigger some people. That might be offensive. How dare you tell me I shouldn't be on the road anymore? Well, the National Safety Council has some statistics out there, and now they're having the conversations. People are talking and chirping about this. Between 2020 and 2021, the number of motor vehicle deaths involving adults 65 and older rose by 15%, exceeding 8,200 fatalities. That according to data from the National Safety Council. And I was thinking about this because I hate the age limit thing, and I want to bring it back to Biden versus Trump for a moment, because we've been talking about how Joe's going to be 81, Donald Trump 77, but not everybody at 81 or 77 is the same, right? Like Donald Trump at 77 is, I still think, 95% of what he was in 2020 or 2016. Joe Biden, you can legitimately see it and you can hear it, his decline since he ran for president 3 years ago versus now. It's night and day. He's eroded before our very eyes. And I don't think there should be an age limit for president. It should be on a case-by-case basis whether or not you're fit to serve. Biden clearly is not. So I think the same thing kind of applies here with driving. Not all 75-year-old drivers are the same as 65-year-old drivers, or 85-year-old drivers are to 60-year-old drivers. But if we have a age minimum in this country, or in this state specifically, Pennsylvania, you got to be 16 to get your license. Should we put like a limit? And I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to drive anymore, but prove to us that you still can. Am I out of line here when I say at the age of 65, you should have an automatic senior citizen retest to prove that you can still drive efficiently and effectively and safely on the motorways? So 16 to get your license, 65 you have to show that you still have the skills, and then you might have to do it every other couple of years to say that you're still deemed viable enough on the roadways. Am I being an ageist by saying that? 65 years old, you need to re-show us your skills again. Am I out of line for that?
I don't know if it should be 65.
Right, 75, 70. Is there a number?
I don't. I think there is a number.
Because your license
but I don't know what it
expires,
is.
Right? Like our driver's license always expired. You got to go to renew them.
Yeah.
So I would think, like, I'm not out of line by saying in the state of Pennsylvania, when you reach a certain age and you have to go to get it renewed, oh, by the way, you have to take a driver's test one more time. I don't think that's wrong. I mean, you've been on the roadways. Let's say you are one of these individuals who got their license right at 16. Well, now 49 years have gone by. If we set the number at 65, you've been driving for half a century now. And granted, you probably have everything mastered. But as your vision starts to go by the wayside, your reaction speeds, your reflexes, things like that, is it time to show us that you still can do it? I think it's a fair thing to ask. I really do. And I'm not trying to trigger the 65-plus demo of our audience, but if we're talking about safety of everybody on the roadways, I think that's a fair ask. I really do.
I would trust a 65 or 70-year-old driving more than I would trust a 17 or 18-year-old driving.
In every situation?
In most situations, yes.
All right.
Because a 65 and 7-year-old is not going to be texting and tweeting and Facebooking and talking to their friends and doing this and that. Everything needs to be on Twitter. They're distracted like nobody's business.
That's true.
So I actually think that we should have an age limit up more. Like, you should be like 25.
You're
wow.
You're a madman. All right, so you've been down in Center City, Philadelphia. You just got stabbed by a nut job. You're bleeding. You have two options to be rushed to the hospital in a vehicle from a pedestrian. Do you want a 17-year-old driving you to the hospital as you bleed in the back seat?
No.
Or do you want Joe Biden driving you?
To be honest with you, I'd rather have Joe Biden driving.
Would you really?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would. I think that it is more accidents and it is more dangerous for the younger people than it is older people. Now, look, you're 90 and you're still driving, maybe not.
Right.
But I do think that, at some age there should be some sort of cognitive test to see if you can still do it.
Mm-hmm.
But by 65, 70, you've been driving for 50 years, or 45, 50 years, like,
Right.
You've had a lot of practice.
Yeah.
And you're not distracted. Texting, tweeting, everything
true.
else.
That's true. You do have an attention span. The young generation does not. They can't put that device down. That's a fair point.
Thank you.
And then the other story from NBC News. Should cars have built-in speed limits? Some think it's now time. The National Transportation Safety Board has recommended that all new automobiles come equipped with technology meant to make speeding difficult or impossible, a move that comes after an accident in Las Vegas has killed 9 people. Last year, more than 12,000 people in the U.S. died in speeding-related crashes. It almost seems way too low, does it not? 12,000, that's it? I would have thought in a nation of 350 million people, it would be well more than 12,000 people. But they're now going down this road of looking at certain isolated incidents and saying, all right, maybe we should rethink this. I am vehemently against this. It's called personal accountability and responsibility. I mean, think about the times where it's necessary to speed. What if your wife is going into labor, right? And you got to rush her to the hospital. What if, God forbid, you've been shot or stabbed, or you live in one of these ridiculous cities of lawlessness where there's crime everywhere? What if it's about getting away from a dangerous situation? And oh, by the way, too, don't we have enough congested roadways? Do we really need to slow people down even further? I would argue that we should actually have speed limits that go a little bit higher. Like, how many times have you driven down a road where you're going, like the speed limit's 25 and it's almost physically impossible for you to drive that slow, right? Like I've gone through some like not developments or neighborhoods, but just kind of like, your average town type of road, and it's speed limit's 30 or 35, and you're like, my God, what this is just painful. Like, you're used to just going 45, 50 by default. Are you on board with having built-in speed limits? I would be so against this. This feels like a gross overstep and overreach by those in charge.
I will say my dad, for years, he put what's called a governor on my mom's vehicle because Rosemary had a lead foot. So that she couldn't go over. And it was probably like she couldn't go over 90 or something. So he did. He put it on her vehicle. If you could imagine that, she was so mad. They've talked about it for years. But in general, I think that it's dangerous. To your point, I mean, what if you needed to get out of a situation? I don't know what that is, but no, I hate that idea.
I do too. And like, you're going to sit there and try to, and technology is a great thing. And then it's going to be one of these things where, well, we're going to start implementing this in newer vehicles or electric vehicles beginning in the year 2028. And then by the time you have it actually implemented where everybody on the roadways is using something like this, you're talking 30, 40 years down the road. It's like the same thing with electric versus gas vehicles.
They could never do it for newer vehicles only. They would have to, because nobody's going to buy that.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like a car manufacturer is not going to say, yes, we're going to put this in our cars, because nobody would buy that. So they would have to say that all cars by this whatever the year is or the date is need to have these quote unquote governors on them that only go a certain mile an hour. Which I think is just look, I hate all the speed racers that go down the street and like somebody on the YouTube chat was like, would you rather have Joe Biden or one of these punk kids that take over the city streets and they're
those guys
in their what are they called? Dirt bikes.
The little drag racers.
So like, I hate these people who don't know how to drive, just, swerving in and out of traffic. But like to regulate that, I don't know how you would even go about doing it.
Well, it's the second recommendation from the NTSB in the last 6 years. So
it's just a recommendation, though, right?
That's correct.
So,
that's correct.
And the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration did not go for it yet.
Good.
I think that it's like this. If you get caught for speeding and it's a high rate of speed and you go to court for that or whatever, and they give you a choice, much like if you're caught for the first time with a DUI and you go through the process, then you have to do one of those breathalyzer things where you have to breathe into it. Same thing. If they have this technology and you're a speeder, and they say, hey, you'll pay a lower fine and you'll get no points on your insurance or whatever, but you agreed to this governor on your vehicle.
Right.
I think then that's terrific.
Yeah, because it's a deterrent of, of committing future acts again.
And you got to do this for 5 years. I mean,
Yep.
it's a stiff penalty, and then you're preventing people from speeding, and they're going to respect that because they know, I'm going to have to go. I'm going to have to deal with the punishment.
Yep.
But why do we always go right toward punishing the masses?
I know, because like you can't, like I'm doing things the right way in my life, and now I've got to be like, essentially, you know what this really feels like? This feels like some form of government censorship to an extent of like you're not gonna speed anymore. We're not gonna allow you to do this, that, or the other thing. It's the same thing with the EV versus the gas vehicle. Yeah. It feels like they are trying to rein you in and have more control over your daily freedoms, and I don't want that. Right.
But ultimately, you know what's coming. I mean, I saw that there was some tech report that flying cars are coming, but ultimately, we're not going to be driving vehicle. Like, I wonder if your little girls who just turned 10, I wonder if in their, by the time they're 20 or even teenagers, we're going toward these cars that drive themselves. We're not going to be allowed to.
It's funny you say that.
Drive them.
When John Marks and Ike Reese, the afternoon guys for WIP, went to Arizona for the Phillies Diamondbacks, they were out there for one of their games. One of their transportation modes, I think from the hotel to the stadium, was one of those vehicles that drives itself. And John Marks filmed it on his social media channel of sitting in the passenger seat up front as the vehicle drove, 2.5 miles. And I'm thinking, there is no way I will ever feel comfortable letting a vehicle do it all by itself. I could never let go of the reins, so to speak.
By the way, the age limit on driving is getting a ton of reaction, as we knew it would.
Yeah.
Everybody, Nick, thinks 65 is way too young.
Okay. 70? 75?
Row Runner says, I agree. 65 is too young. I'm 75, working full-time and enjoy driving every day. The kids that weave in and out on Route 42 are the ones to be concerned about. I agree with that.
Okay.
Another guy said he's 65 and he still has a CDL.
Wow.
And
nice work.
And take hazardous material.
Okay.
My dad still drives.
Yeah. And he's 80?
He's what?
88?
88.
Yeah.
He'll be 89 next April.
I know.
So, I mean, it depends on who you are. It depends. Right. A lot of that I know is DNA because my dad's side of the family, everybody lives till at least late 80s and going into 100.
Yeah.
So it does depend on your DNA, but also it's how you live your life. There are so many different factors. And because of healthcare today, there are people, they keep saying 65 is the new 55, that's why everybody's talking about Social Security. We're going to go bankrupt, right? Because we're all living longer, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, there's no doubt you're going to live to I can totally see Dawn living till she's 97. You're probably still you'll still probably be doing news and doing 6 hours a day at like 84 years old. And nobody will realize that you're 84. Like, Dawn's been around forever. What is she now, 61, 60? She's 84. Kayal's been dead for 20 years of a heart attack.
Stop.
Yeah, Kayal's don't make it too far. We're all done at 60. So I got about 20 years left if you're counting.
Everybody thinks, because right now on the YouTube chat, there's a poll up. What age should drivers be tested? 65 plus 70, 75, 80. And right now, 80 plus is winning at 43%.
Okay.
Duffy Domino says none of the above.
Wow.
Look, I do think it should be. I'm dead serious. I'm way more afraid of people, kids driving than I am of older people.
Okay.
Way more afraid of it.
Right.
Yeah, and right. I mean, because I have teenagers, so
do you?
Yeah. So right now, the laws are pretty strict, and they even have a curfew.
Yeah.
So I love it. That it's, what is it? I always say it's 10 o'clock. It's really 11 o'clock, but I always try to get into their heads. It's 10 o'clock curfew.
So that is the official driving curfew in the state is 11 o'clock?
If you're 16 or 17 and you're driving, you can't be on the road past 11 o'clock at night.
Any special exception if maybe you're coming home from work on a Friday or Saturday, or is that
I believe that
you do get work permits.
Yeah, you get
Yeah.
Okay.
You get a permit. Yeah. And I believe it's 65. Is it 65 or 67 Pennsylvania? Every state has a different law that instead of every 4 years, it's 2 years. And there are different. It depends on your state.
I just remember the stupid S word that we used to do driving at 17 years old.
Oh,
know,
yeah.
We did I had a friend of mine. Now, remember, I grew up in the backwoods, so it's not like, this was the city streets. But I remember I had a van, and one of my friends did the Teen Wolf on top of the van.
Oh, it's very dangerous.
Very dangerous. I would not recommend that.
Wait, you had a van? Was that your first car?
Was it a white van?
No, it was not a white van. It was like an
Good.
old minivan, but
okay.
I took the back seats out because I was a drummer in a band, so I needed something to haul my. I spent like it was like $600. It was the biggest piece of crap that it broke down all the time. It had no air conditioning in it. It was just it was the only thing I could afford at 17 years old. So I ripped the seats out of the back and used to put all my band equipment in there.
I was picturing like the van that Buffalo Bill used.
Yeah, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. Come on. What's wrong with you guys?
7:52. We are way late.
Way late.
But let's get to it. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Nick, Kayal, Dawn Stensland, I'm sure you guys both remember this famous quote from former President Ronald Reagan. I'm going with 3B here, guys. Go.
The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
We all remember that one, right?
I believe 1986.
What?
I think that was from 1986.
Oh, 1986. I think I said something else. Yeah. Education Secretary. Yes, Education Secretary. Miguel Cardona.
Mm-hmm.
He misquoted former President Ronald Reagan while pushing for schools to view the federal government as a partner.
Oh.
Completely took the quote out of context.
Mm-hmm.
The education's official remarks from earlier this month began to go viral on social media yesterday. So this is from earlier this month, but it kind of lit fire on social media yesterday. Speaking to his department's availability to assist public schools, Cardona claimed this. Cut 3, guys, go.
We're going to set up follow-up calls with every governor we met with to make sure we're available. As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help. There are resources there, there's technical assistance there, and there's a playbook that could support the work you're doing. Count on us as a partner in this. Our students are waiting.
Has no idea. No idea.
Totally butchered that.
Oh, my God.
And what playbook is he referring to? And why are we talking about the federal? Does this have anything to do with like parents and schools and the government? The whole, we're all in this together in raising your children. Because
Yes.
I want the schools and the government to leave my children the hell alone.
Well, he was speaking to his department about the availability to assist public schools.
Okay.
So yes, they want you to look at the federal government as a resource to help.
Yeah.
Whereas Ronald Reagan was saying that as a way to, say every time the government gets involved, they F things up.
That is correct. But then again, every time anybody in the Biden administration speaks, they F things up.
But I think for conservatives, it's blasphemous that he did that.
I know.
I
know. He butchered one of the best phrases
Right?
from Ronald Reagan and the whole era of American exceptionalism. Just totally destroyed it.
Karine Jean-Pierre took to the podium yesterday. We have a bunch of clips from that. Somebody asked about Biden's terrible poll numbers, and hey, since your poll numbers are so bad, maybe it's time to change things up a little bit. Maybe try change the staff up a little bit.
Sure.
I mean, literally every other business, radio, whatever. If things aren't going well, they shake things up a little bit.
Could you imagine if this show sucked for 3.5 years? We wouldn't be here anymore, folks.
Exactly. 3.5 years.
6 months.
If this show sucks in 6 months, we're all out on our asses. Cut 5, guys, go.
And I suspect if we polled the room, many of us will probably ask some version of the following question. Okay. Given the president's sagging poll numbers and the fact that he is currently placing behind any Republican opponent, has there been any talk in this White House about a change in strategy or staffing going forward in reflection of those numbers to continue to show him underwater?
No.
No. Status quo.
Status quo,
If
ladies
it's
and
not
gentlemen.
broke, don't fix it. We're well on our way to a second term. Next question, please. By the way, the only thing that would have been more entertaining than Miguel Cardona butchering the Ronald Reagan phrase is if the binder butchered it. Like, at least Karine and Jean-Pierre would have made us laugh as opposed to Cardona. But you could gut this entire administration right now. Kamala, you could replace her. Karine Jean-Pierre, replace her. Cardona, Mayorkas, Yellen. The only person that I think that you would probably keep, because he's at least a good public speaker, even though he says nothing, is John Kirby. John Kirby gets up there and he's well-spoken, even though I don't believe what he says, and he says a whole bunch of nothing. At least he's a good public speaker, unlike the rest of them who look like and sound like they just got out of like the 7th grade and can't put together a sentence.
Mangle Mush on the YouTube chat says, we are from the government. We're here to groom your children.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
We are here to indoctrinate your children.
April Ryan asked the question. Oh, this was a serious question, and somebody started laughing when she started asking, and she goes, no, this is a serious question, then re-asked the same question again.
Oh, boy.
She wanted you to know, she did a little name dropping here. She wanted everybody in the room to know that she had a very in-depth conversation with Stevie Wonder the night before, and he has some questions for the Biden administration.
Oh, so she's just relaying them.
Cut 6, guys, go.
I had an in-depth conversation with Stevie Wonder last night, who is... I love Stevie Wonder. Again, for the serious question.
Uh-oh.
I had an in-depth conversation with Stevie Wonder last night, who is requesting a meeting with the president.
First of all, let me just stop here and just say the
You
mask.
guys watching, folks? Are you watching on YouTube right now? As if the question couldn't be taken seriously. The journalist should not be taken seriously, wearing a black KN95 mask while she asks that ridiculous question.
Yeah.
I would, if I was Karine, I would have said, "Man, could you bring down the mask a little bit? I'm having trouble hearing you. Just take it off of your face. I assure you, you'll be okay."
I love the fact that she started this question and everybody was like, "Oh, I love Stevie Wonder." Tried to be nice, and she's like, "Excuse me, serious question here. Serious question.
Serious journalist with a real mask."
Guys, I'm going to start the clip over again, if you will, just because I rudely interrupted it. Go back to cut 6 now. Go.
I had an in-depth conversation with Stevie Wonder last night, who is... I love Stevie Wonder. Again, for the serious question. I had an in-depth conversation with Stevie Wonder last night, who is requesting a meeting with the president. He's very concerned about the black agenda falling along the wayside and issues like laws of 50 years ago that are now being abolished or gutted, to include issues like the Voting Rights Act, what happened in Arkansas last week, affirmative action, Supreme Court, as we've seen it, ban on books, and he's also even brought up issues of the Congo and the lack of information from the White House. Is the White House amenable to sitting down with Stevie Wonder, who has met with presidents throughout history, to include Ronald Reagan? He was one of the major impetus for getting the holiday for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and also he was one of those who worked with President Obama in his efforts to become president. Is this president amenable to meeting with Stevie Wonder, who has these concerns?
And you're right, April. What you just laid out in your question is incredibly important.
This is real life.
And so we take that very, very seriously here. Can I just say a couple things about Stevie Wonder? He is indeed an icon who's made tremendous contributions to the civil rights movement and also voting rights. And as you just listed out, he was one of the main voices in getting Dr. Martin Luther King Day, and we appreciate that. We appreciate his brilliance, and we appreciate what he's been able to do.
Okay.
I had an in-depth conversation with Rick Moranis last night. He's got some legit concerns over the lack of stockings hanging over the fireplace in the White House. Where are the grandchildren's stockings of the Bidens? They're not up this year. Rick Moranis would like to meet with Mr. Biden. Well, we certainly have a lot of respect for what Rick did in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
We did. We do.
And in Ghostbusters. I mean, here's the worst part of it, is Karine Jean-Pierre is only capable of giving a really functional, well-structured answer to questions that have zero relevance with anything that's going on. First of all, why was that? Like, honestly, we've seen her cut off. I always forget his name. Is Simon Atiba. And there's other journalists where she will absolutely skip over. but she goes to that person in a mask, and then actually that clip right there is close to almost 3 minutes long. This is what we're wasting our time with Stevie Wonder requesting a one-on-one sit-down? Get the hell out of here. Keep it moving.
Shafe writes with an early winner for Who Won YouTube. I'd rather have Stevie Wonder drive me to the hospital than Joe Biden. Then the Deuce Man went after Karine Jean-Pierre about the economy, and Karine Jean-Pierre read off some stats saying the economy is improving. This is cut 13. Guys, go.
On lowering prices, you said earlier that the actions the president has taken have worked. So is it your sense that when people were home for Thanksgiving, catching up with their family members, they were saying to each other, can you believe how much more affordable things have gotten?
So honestly, I wouldn't, I hear the question, but I want to make sure this is very clear. We take that very seriously. We take what families, the decisions that they make at their kitchen table, whether it's during Thanksgiving or whether it is every month as they're trying to make hard decisions about how they move forward with taking care of their family. We take that very seriously. It's not a joke to us. It is important to us. This is the president who talks about it in a very personal way when he talks about what families have to go through, working families, middle-class families, and that's why he's taking actions that he has. And so, look, the fact is, the data shows that the economy is improving. The data shows that households remain in a strong financial position. Household wealth is at a record high, with lower income households seeing the largest gain since the pandemic. Those are indeed what we're seeing. But we don't take lightly. We do not take lightly what Americans and families continue to feel. That's why the president at 2 o'clock is going to talk about what the actions that he's taking to continue to lower costs.
Yeah. Joe takes it very seriously.
Not a joke.
Not a joke. By the way, I saw some of the financial data released yesterday.
Yeah.
The cost of chicken up 32% this Thanksgiving versus, I believe, summer of 2021. Pasta is up 14%. The cost of pizza is up 18%.
Well, to that point, Nick, I'm going to skip ahead to cut 1, then we'll go back to the KJP. Biden claimed yesterday that that this year's Thanksgiving dinner was the fourth cheapest ever on record.
Ever on record?
Ever on record.
Okay.
Cut 1, guys, go.
In fact, as a share of earnings this Thanksgiving, dinner was the 4th cheapest ever on record. I want you all to know that. I look at all the press, look at that.
Yes, okay. By the way, the data only goes back to 1986. So ever on record is, it doesn't go back to the Pilgrims.
I was going to say, what was Thanksgiving's cost in 1961? But it goes back to 1986, so 14 and 23, we're talking, 37 years. He's claiming it's the 4th cheapest in the last 37 years. I find that very hard to believe.
Well, it's from the American Farm Bureau Federation is where he's getting these statistics from. By the way, the factcheck.org or whatever that site is rates the statement as mostly true.
Mostly true, as in like mostly peaceful.
Mostly true.
Okay. I don't know what your Thanksgiving tab was for Thanksgiving dinner, but we did just the 4 of us in Nashville, went and bought everything on Wednesday, the day before, because Tuesday I was in bed dying and throwing up, and, almost on my deathbed. And we spent well over $120 for Thanksgiving from top to bottom for just the 4 of us. So I got to imagine if you're having a large family gathering, 12 to 15 people, you're probably looking at well over, I don't know, $200, $250. And that's the 4th cheapest on record. If this is cheap, I'd like to know what the cheapest was or what the most expensive was. I find this very hard to believe.
Going back to KJP here, I'm going to go to cut 14 here, guys. She blamed inflation because this is her back and forth with Ducey again. She blamed inflation on the Trump administration. Cut 14 here, go.
But why do you think it is that when you say the economy is improving and President Biden says the economy is improving, that a majority of Americans outside of this building are not buying it?
So here's the thing. When we walked into this administration, the economy was on a tailspin.
Blame it on Trump.
That is the fact. Because of the last administration.
Yep.
Because of the Trump administration. Yep. Because of how they dealt with COVID and the pandemic. Because they didn't have a comprehensive plan. The president came in, he passed the American Rescue Plan, which was able to get the economy back on its feet, which was able to open up small businesses were able to open up, schools were able to open up. And we understand what Americans have been feeling over the last 2-3 years. It's going to take some time. We get that. It's going to take some time. But it does not take away how we have seen the economy getting back on its feet. We actually had to fix the problem that we saw that the last administration left us.
We had to fix the problem and the mess that the Trump administration left behind. Just to show you how good things are in the economy, another great stat I saw yesterday. Did you know that 24% of Americans are still paying the credit card bill from last year's holiday shopping?
Really?
That's correct. I forget the guy's name. He's the financial guy on Fox Business. He was on yesterday. He filled in for Neil Cavuto before the 5 came on. I think his last name is Payne. Charles Payne, I believe his name is. Yeah. And they had some economist on, and they were talking about, 24% of Americans are still trying to pay off 2022 Christmas shopping debt. So, things are going great out there, folks.
And credit cards at nearly 30% interest rates.
Right.
It's insane.
It is. I mean, it really is. You're looking, if you're at 25%, you're actually getting the best of it, honestly.
By the way, 91LSXer on the YouTube chat says, Michael Pelka says Nick should spend a little money on some carving lessons.
Yeah, somebody was criticizing my carving technique of my turkey. Yeah, we did an upside-down turkey, which...
What the hell is that?
It's literally as it sounds, upside down, and it cooks kind of in a different way, and it comes out incredibly juicy. And I was carving it. And
Wait! You take the bird and you flip it upside down and you cook it like that?
Correct.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
Yeah,
I've told you that. I've told you every year, Greg. How long have we worked together? That's exactly what I do.
Oh, so
you
Dawn
flip
does this.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, you flip it so it stays juicy on both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
You flip it.
Yeah.
And then you flip it back.
A lot of great ways you can do a turkey, by the way. Old school oven way, deep fried, which I've never been granted permission because there's fears I'd blow up the house.
That was the Andy Reid thing.
Oh, the deep fried turkey.
It defeats the purpose of such a healthy meal.
I know. But anything deep fried's always better.
That's true.
Right? You deep fry some vegetables.
Oreos.
Oh, no. See, I've never been able to do that. I can't do the deep fried Oreo. I just think you stick an Oreo in hot oil, I'm disgusted by that. I can't do it.
They sell them. Down the shore, like in Ocean City, they sell them.
Oh yeah, people love them.
John Kirby also took to the podium yesterday and talking a lot about what's happening in the Middle East, the hostages and whatnot. And he, we're sending this aid to Israel. We're sending aid to Ukraine. He won't rule out conditioning aid to Israel. Do we condition aid to Ukraine? I'm just curious.
Yeah. Good point.
Cut 8 guys go.
Thank you, Admiral. A few things here. The president called conditional aid for Israel a worthwhile thought. Is he actually considering conditioning aid or not?
What he also said, right after acknowledging that it was a worthwhile thought, was that the approach he has chosen to take so far has produced results and outcomes. Many of them I just walked you through in my opening statement. So the approach that we're taking with Israel, and quite frankly with our partners in the region, is working. It's getting aid into people that need it. It's getting a pause in the fighting. It's getting hostages out. It's getting Americans out. And quite frankly, we continue to urge and will continue to urge the Israelis as they conduct military operations to do so with the utmost care for innocent civilian life.
The Democrats in his party who say we need to start conditioning aid going forward, what would he say?
I think he would say exactly what he said to y'all yesterday when he got asked this question. It's a worthwhile thought, but the approach that I'm taking now is working. The approach that we're taking now is working. It's getting results.
I want to zero in on one thing he said there. He says getting Americans out. Yeah. We've gotten one, God bless her, 4-year-old girl out. But as of this moment, to my knowledge, that's the only one, correct?
10 should be released today, right? And then, I think 20 in the next couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not saying who they're going to release, so I guess they're just hoping that there's some Americans as part of that. Right. I don't know how many are still in captive. Do we?
Well, they don't know
that
either.
number?
They've said that because they don't have a direct line of communication with Hamas because they have no diplomatic relations with this terrorist group, basically.
Yeah. On that point, Kirby says we certainly hope that Americans will be among the 20 released in the next couple of days. Cut 9, guys, go.
Any possibility that Americans will be among the 20 that we release over the next few days?
Well, we certainly hope so. I mean, we're going to watch this very, very closely. We're certainly hoping that another batch of hostages gets released today as part of the 4th and final day of the original agreement. We're going to be watching closely to see if any Americans are in that group. As it has come out over the last 3 days, we don't really know until you get into the end game who's going to be actually on that list, and then even then you got to watch closely to seeing if who's on the list is the folks that actually come out. So we're watching and hoping.
So they're staring at hope. I was once told, I was at a radio career seminar, and one of the public speakers, I'll never forget this, he said, hope is not a strategy for success. Yeah. Like, that's not reassuring. Like, you can sit there and hope and wish and pray, but that is not a strategy for achieving an end result when it comes to something like getting American captives back with their friends, family, and loved ones. I'm sorry. That's not good enough for me personally.
Hope. Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
Well,
let me ask.
I hope it gets to 40 degrees today.
Let me ask you guys this though. I mean, what more could the administration do? Like, of course they don't know who's going to be released, right? So like, you do have to hope that maybe the next 20, there are Americans in there, right? I don't know.
Go ahead, Donna.
Well, so just today, the CIA director, William Burns, he arrived in Qatar. He's apparently leading he's the chief negotiator, or at least one of them. And so this now is on, think about that. This is now on Biden.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
This is on him.
That is correct.
Whatever happens, if it's good and they get everybody out, then that's good for Biden.
Mm-hmm.
But if it goes south, it's on Biden.
It just seems like we're letting Hamas dictate the rules of the game too much. That's kind of my big takeaway that's so frustrating about it. And I know it's a delicate situation, and we got into the pros and cons yesterday of whether you negotiate with terrorists or not. Try telling that to the family of the loved one, so forth and so on. But it just seems to me that we've played by their rules for way too long here.
So let me ask you guys again. Do we negotiate with Hamas to get these? And look, the majority of them are not our citizens. Right. So like, it's not really up to us. It's up to us to get the Americans out of there, but it's not really up to us. Do we negotiate to get our citizens out of there?
Man, the obvious answer is you never want to be the one that has to make this decision. I personally would, because I have a conscience, and it would be incredibly difficult for me to sleep at night knowing I didn't do everything I could to ensure the return of those people to safety.
I agree with you.
So that's kind of the way I would. But then again, there are people out there that that rule with an iron fist, and they're hardliner. We will not give in to their demands. But then you have to sit there and try telling the families that these are the unfortunate end results of playing hardball with terrorists.
I just don't think there's ever an upside. I'm really sorry, Donna.
You're right. There's not.
Interrupt you. I just don't think there's ever an upside to negotiating with terrorists.
They have 173 hostages inside Gaza, and so the majority, 128, are male. Only 45 left are female. 6 are children.
Yeah.
You have a couple teenagers between 18 and 19. Mm-hmm. 9 are Americans. To me, I thought our policy was we do not negotiate with terrorists. And so these are thugs. And so to me, what are the odds that they're going to let what is their end game? Ultimately, what's their end game? So I think you need a closer. You need a hard line to go in and say to them, look, we can just blow it up. We can just obliterate. Mm-hmm. I mean, we're talking about it.
Turn Gaza into glass.
Yeah, Gaza literally into glass.
Yeah.
So you let those here's your time. You let the 173 go. We'll let you live.
Yeah, that's a good point.
serious. But the problem is
Nobody believes it.
Nobody believes it.
Yeah.
Nobody believes that they would actually do that, and that's the problem.
That's true.
Yeah. When you have appeasement, people just assume that you're going to. It's like having a pushover boss or whatever like that. Like that the threats are never really going to come to fruition, so you do more.
Yeah.
Or a parent that does that.
That's right. How about Dawn? Let the 173 go or perish.
Or we just light it up.
You are
Seriously.
dead. Yeah, I like that.
And so the thing about it is, you talked about parenting. Imagine a parent to any child of any age, and I don't care what you say, even if it's a 2-year-old or a 1-year-old, to go, don't. Wasn't that what Biden said?
Yeah.
Don't.
One word.
Yeah.
Don't.
Is a little kid or a kid of any age going to take that? Oh, right. They're going to do whatever they want to do.
Yep.
Yeah, Sid Weiss says their end game is to take over the world. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't, you can't negotiate with people like that.
No, I mean, forget taking over the world. I mean, first, their end game from day one has been to wipe the planet free of Jewish people. I mean, they want to end Israel once and for all. They want to kill all the Jews, and they want to go next, and then they want to come for the Americans in the West.
91 LSXer says Dawn would go in like Demolition Man.
I love it. Should give Dawn the keys to the nuclear codes.
No, but the thing about it is, you need somebody who is saying, all right, we're starting and start the blasting. I mean, and we're gonna pummel you. We're gonna wipe you out. Boom. And yeah, the rest of the world, everybody holds their breath when you say that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have somebody who they think, it's like the like I call the crazy chick defense. Whether they just don't know.
Yep.
And Reagan had that, right? Reagan had that quality. Trump, very few leaders have that quality.
That's
where
correct.
You think, ruh-roh, they might actually do it.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump had that.
Yeah.
And
you got to have
right?
them fearful of you that you're crazy enough to actually do what you're saying, right? Like there's got to be that perception that, oh man, we better not mess around with Trump because he's not playing around here. Even whether or not he would actually do it or not, I'll tell you what, if Nikki Haley heard Dawn's speech, she would be like, hell yeah, Dawn, let's go. There's not a war I don't love.
I don't know. I don't know what she would say. That's just it. I actually don't. I don't know. And at this point, that's why you have one person who's clearly way ahead in the polls because he's a proven commodity,
And he proved that he could achieve peace, right?
He did.
He had none of this going on in 17, 18, 19, or 20.
No, and think about as far as the Holocaust Education Act and all of that. Now, nobody carried it at the time. I watched it live, but they had some beautiful ceremonies under then President Trump, in which, for the first time, they allocated funding because here in Pennsylvania, up until fairly recently, we did not teach the Holocaust in our public schools. Well, that's a problem, and I think there's a cause and effect when you don't have Holocaust education. I mean, my kids had it. If you grew up Catholic, you had it in the Catholic schools. New Jersey, if you had in the public schools in Jersey, they've always had that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not consistent. Trump was somebody who said we should teach the different world wars. We should teach the Holocaust. Of course, it's part of our history.
That's correct.
Elon Musk was in Israel yesterday, had a meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. That interview took place on X, to the surprise of no one. This is what Netanyahu said to Elon Musk during that interview yesterday, cut 10.
If you want peace, destroy Hamas. If you want security, destroy Hamas. If you want a better life for the Palestinians in Gaza who've been hijacked by Hamas, destroy Hamas. All of that is a precursor to the question that you asked. You first have to get rid of the poisonous regime, as you did in Germany, as you did in Japan, in World War II. These were two.
There's no choice. There's no choice.
So that's a prerequisite.
Yes. There's no choice.
But then look at what happened. I mean, what you had in Germany was denazification, and what you had in Japan under Douglas MacArthur was a cultural reformation.
Mm-hmm.
And Japan that you visit today is so different from Japan of the 1930s.
Yeah.
Germany that you visit today is so different from Germany of the 1930s. Well, is that possible in the Arab world? And I categorically say, of course it is, because we've seen it already in two places. We've seen it in the Gulf states, and we see that when you visit Dubai or when you visit Abu Dhabi or when you visit Bahrain, you see something entirely different.
Sure.
There was, in fact, a cultural change there.
Here's what I would say to those that are saying destroy Hamas and then you end this once and for all. Yes, you could technically end Hamas as we know it once and for all, but you don't eradicate, and let's call it what it is, because we only want to hear it here in the United States as anti-Semitism, but that's really what it is. But it goes beyond Hamas. You're not going to end, like Hamas wants to basically impose their religious will on the free world. That Muslim religion is the way to go. Death to Israel, death to America. But it's not just Hamas. It's Hezbollah. It's ISIS. It's Al Qaeda. Hamas is one of 6 or 7 or 8 different factions that have really the same end game, the same agenda. It's like when everyone said, "Whoa, we kill Bin Laden, we end terrorism." No, we don't. No, we don't. It's great to do. I'm not saying don't do it, but if you think that's just like the magic elixir and you're going to eliminate this jihad, you got another thing coming.
One of the ladies on The View, I got to give him credit, and then I have to diss Whoopi Goldberg because of her dumb reaction to this. But one of the ladies on The View, forgive me, I forget, I think it's the Alyssa Farah Griffin lady.
Alyssa Farah Griffin lady.
brought up the fact that, the whole Me Too movement seems to be very silent on the atrocities that took place on October 7th, meaning there were a lot of women that were brutalized and raped on October 7th. And the Me Too movement and the women's movement, it seems to be oddly silent on that.
Mm-hmm.
She brought that up, and then Whoopi has her usual that it's just that, well, I'll let her say it.
Okay.
Cut 7, guys, go.
One thing I just want to say before I pass the ball is I am still devastated. We're 2 months since this war has been underway by the silence from women's group in this country about the rape being used as an act of war in this attack. Yeah. The fact that sexual violence was used against Israeli women in the major women's groups in this country have not come out and denounced it. This weekend, Sheryl Sandberg put out a gripping video calling for it. That violates every rule of warfare. It is the height of immorality, and the fact that the United Nations entity for gender equality and women empowerment has been silent. The UN Committee on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women has been silent. And the international Me Too movement hasn't said a thing.
Perhaps the reason they've been silent is for the same reason that you just described. They don't want to they don't want to exacerbate. Listen,
They don't want to exacerbate, Dawn.
I know that this is really hard for people to sit still with. Yeah. So right now, we're glad people are coming out. And that's what we're going to keep talking about because we want to encourage, the bottom line truly is this. You don't have a choice. You have to end this.
What kind of answer was that?
I don't even understand what she's trying to get at there. Like, they don't want to exacerbate what? Overreach the powers of the Me Too movement, not dilute it.
They don't want to piss off the other side. That's really the crux of this.
They're afraid.
They're afraid to go after this.
Think about that.
Yep. They're not afraid to go after every CEO and white male that has ever to their credit, because a lot of them did a lot of really crappy things. But where's the both sidesism here? Like, if you're gonna go after one, like, this is horrendous what happened here.
Obviously,
we have their video. Yeah. We have their body cam video of the offenders.
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of evidence.
I was thinking the reason we haven't heard this and there's been silence, and I'm not saying this is all females, I'm talking about the left-wing woke vocal faction minority of females that are, always triggered over everything under the sun. Maybe the reason they haven't come out with the Me Too movement for that little faction is because they're so obsessed with, peace and Gaza's rights and being they're petitioning and protesting for the right for Palestine to exist, that they can't wrap around 2 things at once. That's what I was thinking.
This is just it is so terrifying to me. I just want to ask this: what if these were, I don't know, a bunch of American guys, let's say on a date like January 6th, white guys, and they assault, God forbid, you know, and none of that ever happened, by the way, to people who are like in jail for 20 plus years, whatever. But think about this. These are Jewish women's groups. That's who Sheryl Sandberg was talking about, locally and nationwide and worldwide. Jewish women's groups saying they were raping and murdering, or raping as a just a tool of war, and nobody's condemning it. Think about how bizarre that sounds. But because they're Hamas or Palestinians, and there's this bizarre apologist type feeling in the country.
Selective morality is
this is insanity.
I agree.
It is.
My God.
Yeah, look, they go after people that are easy to go after. You know what I mean? Like Harvey Weinstein and all these guys should have paid for the crimes that they committed. I have no problem with that. But he was easy to go after. People like that are easy to go after. You know who's hard to go after? People that don't fit into your narrative.
That's true.
And you know, they don't want to be accused of being racist or Islamophobic or whatever. So they just stay silent on it, and it is just it's nauseating.
Yeah, Alyssa Farrah Griffin her head probably exploded when Whoopi came back, because I don't even know what Whoopi Goldberg was trying to. I mean, she couldn't even elaborate on what she actually meant unless that clip went further. It just made no sense.
No, her basic point was that they don't want to exacerbate, and we just need all this to end. Okay, well, it's not going to end. So what's your next solution?
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? Like, it's a dumb response.
Yes,
it's a dumb response from a dumb human.
It's a dumb show.
Thank you. All right. I'm done.
You done?
Yeah.
All right, we're going to do Big Three now or after?
Here, yeah.
All right, let's get to, that'll do it, Cut Sheet Part 1. Part 2 coming up just about an hour and 5 minutes from now. But 8:28 Tuesday morning, Dawn Stensland's Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 8, sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. So in the news this morning, we talked about the fact that there are 173 hostages. 128 of them are male, 45 female, 6 children, 4 18 to 19 years old, 7 still missing. So the update on this one is that, and these are multiple sources are saying this, including Hamas, they have reportedly moved the youngest hostage, who we've learned a lot about, the 10-year-old baby boy, and his sibling, as well as parents. They've apparently moved them into the IDF's firing line. So the question when we talked about this was, what are they doing as they stall, as they gain more time, and they're doing these swaps with 3 Palestinian prisoners released for every 1 hostage who was violently kidnapped by terrorists. Well, what are they doing in the meantime? Well, in the meantime now, the report here is that Hamas has handed 10-month-old baby Kafir Bibas to a separate Palestinian terror group in the southern city of Khan Yunis. Okay, and that's where they know that once this whole ceasefire stops, which looks like it would be today, they extended that ceasefire today, tomorrow, 10 more today, released, 10 more tomorrow. Then the next day, if the bombing resumed, this is where it would resume. So what they're doing, it appears, is that they're transferring some of the hostages to areas as human shields.
So they are taking a 10-month-old baby and essentially putting them in the line of fire.
Yep.
Jesus.
That's, I mean, you talk
There
about,
you
you know, rules.
Glass. Turn it into glass.
My God. So that's an update. Let's take you to Philadelphia. Nick Kayal alluded to this. Are we in a snow drought?
Uh-oh.
So do we want a white holiday, Christmas season, Hanukkah, Christmas is going to be here before we know it. We'll take you back to January 29th of 2022. 5.8 inches of snow fell in Philadelphia. And since then, we have not seen more than an inch of snow. So 662 days since more than an inch of snow fell here.
So not only did
I
return to Philadelphia and bring the Eagles and Phillies postseason success,
You did.
I brought winter droughts back to the Delaware Valley. I brought Mid-South Nashville weather back to the Northeast.
The Kayal effect.
The Kayal effect.
Wait,
let's get
it's
that
the-
trending on Twitter.
Nick Kayal is climate change.
That is right.
in the end.
Take that, Greta Thunberg.
So officials are saying La Nina,
Uh-oh.
which involves a large-scale cooling of ocean surface
Yeah, Chris
temperatures.
Farley once told us that.
So I guess there's hope. We can keep hope alive that we will get, La Nina, and we can maybe get some snow this year. Dun, dun, dun. We'll wait for that one. So we talked about Disney earlier, and I told you about my memory with my Graham as a kid, and we were on the It's a Small World ride, which a lot of people have memories of, and we were on there, and the power went out, and Graham had a flashlight, and she had a big old grandma pocketbook full of candy, and it was just a great memory. Well, this kind of ruins the memory. This is an arrest. This 26-year-old man arrested. This is Disneyland in California, so I was talking about Disney World, but 26-year-old man. They had to arrest this dude because he stripped down, taking his clothes off, and then wandered off, the little boats, and wandered off the boat and is in the water. You see a picture of him and his backside, and he's naked in the It's a Small World ride. Naked man in Disneyland.
Oh, boy.
Stripped down. It's a Small World. I don't know if everything was small in It's a Small World. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry.
That's not right.
Yuck. And it's little kids.
I know.
You.
This guy should be arrested immediately.
Come on.
Escorted off the premises.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, are we ever going to get into the woman who was arrested on the beach in Georgia?
What?
Go ahead, Nick.
Oh, come on, guys! I said to you the story 2 days ago.
I don't know about this story.
Okay.
It must have
Thanks
slipped
for
through the
reading
cracks.
my-
No,
thanks for reading my emails.
I read your email every night.
I appreciate it.
A woman. I just slipped through the
never
cracks.
mind. Never mind. Well, maybe Dawn can get to it in her big 3 at 9.
Okay. I would love to talk about that. Absolutely. So
Well-
a woman got arrested on the beach in a beach in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Gulf of Mexico.
It's a good tease.
Yeah.
We'll do it because I only have 3 in the big 3.
Yeah.
And we had a little one in the small world, so there we go.
Oh, there.
All right. We are spa. We all need a spa day after that last story.
Yep.
Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Yes, the secret to finishing your holiday shopping. 3 locations: Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City, Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online at josephanthony.com, where gift cards are always available. That's josephanthony.com. Thank you for sponsoring our Big 3 at 8.
All right, thank you very much, Dawn. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Coming up next, the NSA, the National Security Agency. You know, that agency responsible for monitoring threats from both foreign and domestic terror groups and observing things to ensure that you're doing just fine. Yet your tax dollars are going towards a 34-page glossary on a massive woke glossary that is pushing things like critical race theory, gender ideology, and pronouns. We will give you some of the excerpts of this document that was exclusively revealed by the Daily Wire, and we will do that when we come back. Kayal and Company live on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But I want you to picture this. You're sipping a limoncello, maybe a beautiful Italian red wine, from your hotel balcony as you savor the sunset beyond the Isle of Capri. That's right, the Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, Capri. Join me next spring as we discover the wonderful sights in southern Italy with my friends from Conservative Tours. The Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii, enough time, of course, to see everything, all the great ancient sites as well in Rome, all while enjoying a gastronomical event for 12 incredible days of touring. Olive oil production, a mozzarella farm, and yeah, you know it, the wineries. Oh, I can't wait for the tasting sessions. The group dining events they're known for are legendary. They're iconic. Just ask my friends Dom and Ro Giordano. $52.67. This includes your nonstop airfare while supplies last. I can just smell the lemon grows outside my hotel window in Sorrento. You can call toll-free 888-733-9494. That number is on conservativetours.com. If you go to the site, conservativetours.com. We're going to find out why so many locals, why the Italians take their vacations in Puglia, which is Italy's best-kept secret, charming villages, unparalleled cuisine, and authentically Italian. So, conservativetours.com. Yes, my husband Larry, our sons. It's going to be an incredible trip. You got to do it. conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I thought I was going to have to go through a hip replacement or some painful, unsuccessful surgery or be crippled the rest of my life.
Electrical engineer Dan Vogler had awful arthritic pain in his hips. Pain that not only affected him physically, but also emotionally. And it spilled over even to his relationships.
I was almost mean. If you're in pain and other people don't sympathize with it, you're lashing out at the wrong people.
But then Dan found QC Kinetics. With the latest advances in regenerative medicine, non-surgical treatments with lasting relief.
I felt immediate relief. I mean, within half a day, much of the inflammation and pain was down.
And today, Dan says he's totally pain-free, living the life he wants.
At the end of the fourth treatment, I felt pretty much healed and enthused and was raving about QC Kinetics. I can recommend them highly to anyone.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
The life of an Eagles fan is a wild ride. Some years we triumph. Some years we don't. What never changes year after year is how we get to the game, shoulder to shoulder with our fellow fans on Septa. And this season, fans ride home free from NRG Station on the Broad Street line thanks to Unibet, an official casino and sportsbook partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. Plan your trip to the game and learn more about free rides home, sponsored by Unibet at iseptaphilly.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Denis on Eagle Road in Evertown, Saturday, January 20th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State basketball this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof game plan.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Free speech lives here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
Lightning smokes on the hill rise. Brought the man with the warning light. Shouting loud you had better fly. While the darkness can help you hide.
8:40 Tuesday morning here on Kayal and Company. This segment brought to you by Consumer Cellular, where they offer unlimited talk and text on every plan, starting at $20 per month. Stay connected in the rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage with no contract and free activation. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today. All right, so a couple of things we're going to switch over to here conversation-wise. We'll get to this Deadspin story. Once again, the same woke writer, loser, Karan J. Phillips, is claiming another football fan has been wearing blackface, this time at an NFL game. But there's a complete misunderstanding because there is total deception and the attempt to deceive from Deadspin. We'll call out their nonsense yet again in just a few minutes. But, we've been talking a lot this morning, especially in the big take, about, tightening the vice, so to speak, as the government is trying to take away your First Amendment rights, as well as spying on you and surveillance. And one of the agencies responsible for monitoring things like this is the NSA, the good old National Security Agency. They're responsible for monitoring threats, both foreign and domestic. And of course, they operate based on your tax dollars. But did you know that they are actually spending a lot of time coming up with a massive 34-page woke glossary that will define hundreds of new social justice terms that include things such as white fragility, transmisogyny, settler colonialism, anti-racist, gender-neutral pronouns such as, and I don't even know if I say these correctly because I don't use pronouns, Z and Zer, Z-E and Z-I-R, no idea what those are because I don't speak like that. However, the Daily Wire was able to get this leak and release this exclusive. And the 34-page document, which was published internally back in May 6th of actually 2022, was never released publicly before the Daily Wire's investigation, which pushes blatantly left-wing views on race and sex. Why the National Security Agency is spending this type of time and resources on such nonsense is beyond me. But then again, this is the world we now live in. It explicitly endorses the tenets of CRT, critical race theory, and queer theory, both of which are included as terms on their glossary. Now, I've got this printed out here. Very long article from the Daily Wire. But I went through and highlighted some of them, and I was just going to run through some of these and get your thoughts, reactions to what you're hearing from the good old NSA. So below, they have this glossary, and it says, these are our core diversity-related work terms. The core terms are diversity, workforce diversity, equitable, and then inclusion or inclusionary culture. Diversity is the combination of differences that make people unique. Now remember, this is a glossary here, folks, so this is a fun exercise. Workforce diversity is a collection of individual attributes that together help agencies pursue organizational objectives, both efficiently and effectively. They go on down the list talking about equitable, inclusion, or inclusionary culture. They also have a term in their glossary, and it goes by the name of whiteness. Interesting. Whiteness, which the agency defines as a, quote, broad social construction that embraces the white culture, history, ideology, racialization, expressions, experiences, emotions, and behaviors, all in order to reap, quote, material, political, economic, and structural benefits for those socially deemed white. Socially deemed white? Is that a social classification, or is that just looking at somebody's race or ethnicity and arriving at the conclusion that, oh, okay, that guy he's white. So there you go. Whiteness is in the glossary. Let's continue with this exercise. We got a lot of ones that will make your head explode. They felt the need to have the definition of transgender in their glossary, as well as the word transition, the process that trans people may go through to become comfortable in terms of their gender. Transitioning may include social, physical, mental, and emotional components. Other terms in their woke glossary include transmisogyny, the intersection of transphobia and misogyny, defined as the irrational fear of aversion to or discrimination against transgender people. Transphobia, transsexual. They even have a term in here called two-spirit, a Native American term for individuals who identify both as male and female. Think about that. Moving forward, Native Americans. I'm two-spirit. Two-spirit. I'm both a male and a female simultaneously. I crossed the streams. I didn't listen to Venkman and Ghostbusters. It will be bad if you cross the streams. On down the list, Z and Zer pronouns, which are noted as gender-neutral pronouns that can be used instead of he/she or his/her, while two-spirit, okay, we already did that one. And let me wrap up with this, and this is where it really gets great. They even have terms such as overprivileged. Now, I've heard of white privilege, and I know the left hates white privilege, right, because there's white privilege everywhere, right? Overprivileged is defined as disproportionately privileged compared to others, excessively privileged. So you can go and check this out. It's on the Daily Wire. They got this exclusive, and this is what the NSA is focusing on, which is, once again, a very reassuring thing as an American citizen when we talk about national security and the safety of our citizens. We've got to work on a 34-page glossary. Nice.
Overprivilege is when your biggest worry in life is that somebody's going to say your Z's or Z's.
I'm so glad you said. I'm so glad you said that.
Yeah.
First world problem.
The self-righteousness and the entitlement. And look, if you want your pronouns and you want me to address you by them, again, I've never actually encountered this yet, so I think a lot of this is I don't really think there's this many. I mean, I know we play you these TikTok videos, but again, like we've given you the percentage of what the LGBTQ community is. It's about 9% of the American population, and within that group, 2% is the trans community. So it's a very, very small community. But like, if you want your pronouns, knock yourself out. But think about the level of I don't even know if I can say the word, the D-bag word.
Yep.
But the D-ness that you have to have, the
douchiness.
Yeah, the douchiness. To be so obsessed with your own pronouns that you walk around like we should address you like you're royalty. Like that the self-worth that these, and I think a lot of it stems from the fact that these people don't have an identity, and they don't have any self-worth or respect or value. So they've I think during the pandemic, with this social isolation, led them down this path. And now it's like they've been released onto society, and they're on the war path, making sure that you acquiesce to everything that they request you do. Remember the cop we played for you that pulled that lady over?
Yep.
And she was going through all the breakdowns?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is right there. That is, in a nutshell, what we're talking about. So, pretty interesting stuff with that. Now, I got to get to this guy. Speaking of absurdity, Karan J. Phillips. If you recall, before Thanksgiving, it's probably about 2 weeks now, 2.5 weeks, there was a story of a kid who was not even on the high school football team in California, but he was a student, and he went to a high school football game, and he was a younger kid. I'm guessing he probably played football like at the Pee Wee level within the, for his township or wherever. And he wore the eye black, and he really smeared it across both cheeks. We had it up on YouTube for you. Not every football player just puts a straight smear underneath their eyeballs. Sometimes you just gob it on, and you look like you're going to battle.
There was somebody texted me when we were discussing that and said the younger the kid, the more face paint they put on because they look at it as like war paint.
Yes, or they want to intimidate.
Yep, exactly.
Or, it's all about looking like your favorite pro athlete.
Yep.
I get it, right? So we had that story where this Karan J. Phillips went after this guy, this kid. Now he is once again this writer for Deadspin, who has a history of just writing about racism with a sports context to it, or as the backdrop to a story, is now going after, and we're going to put it up on YouTube right now. If you're not there, go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. It's up there now. At the Kansas City Chiefs Las Vegas Raider game. Hold on, I'm being sidetracked here. Are you guys aware of how hard it's snowing right now?
Yeah, it's just flurrying.
Oh, wow. We got some it's pretty big, thick flurries.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
All right, there's your traffic and weather on the 49ers.
On the 49ers.
On the 49ers. At 8:49. So, okay. This is why I shouldn't have windows. I get sidetracked. Oh, the sun's coming up. What were you saying, Nick?
I said 3 hours ago we were going to get some flurries. There you go.
Yeah, we are getting it. It's a good thing I have a truck. All right, so this Chiefs-Raiders game is going on. It's the start of the fourth quarter, and the camera pans in on maybe a 10-year-old boy who's wearing a Travis. So here's the problem: he's wearing a Travis Kelce jersey. So this kid deserves everything he gets. I'm actually.
That's not right.
I'm in
Come on,
Karan Phillips' corner.
Come
with this
on.
one. So Karan Phillips sees him wearing one of the Chiefs' great things that the Chiefs do is they wear a lot of these Native American headdresses, which is a really cool look. And this kid has his entire right side of his face completely painted in black.
But the picture, Can I just say this? The picture that's up right now on YouTube has just the one side, so it's hard to see the red on the other side. You can only see there you go. We just put up the one where it's a split face, where it's black and
right down
red.
the middle,
Yep,
yes.
yep,
His right side of his cheeks and his nose and everything is black. The left side is red. That matches the Kansas City Chief colors. A lot of fans paint their faces with their team colors. I've seen Cowboy fans that paint half their face silver, half of it blue.
Yep.
Eagles.
Steelers right there.
Yeah,
Steelers,
Steelers,
black and orange.
Black and yellow.
They're yellow,
You know, the Eagles, there was that one Eagles super fan, Sean something, for years during the McNabb era that would paint his face half midnight green, half black.
Yep.
So this loser, Karan J. Phillips, writer at Deadspin, demanded that this kid be shamed because he accused him of blackface. Now, Deadspin, I have to imagine, would have known that if they looked at the full picture and the full context, it is team-colored paint.
Yep.
And he is accusing this kid. And here's what I hope happens. I hope the parents for this kid sues the hell out of this writer and Deadspin.
I do too.
And gets compensation for it.
I do too.
Like, how does this kid defend himself to an adult? Now, this is the second time that this woke loser has accused a child of blackface. The first time around, the kid was wearing eye black smeared on his face like he's going to war. A lot of kids do it. A lot of pros do it. A lot of college athletes do it. And this one, the kid is literally dressing up to support the Kansas City Chiefs, and he is out for a pound of flesh for a kid.
So he was actually called, like, this went viral, obviously. And he was actually called out online. And if you go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, you can see he has the Chiefs headdress on, and his face is painted half black, half red for the Chiefs colors. He was called out about this on Twitter.
Yep.
He doubled down on this and said,
yes, he did.
And he said, not only was I correct, but it's actually more egregious that he has the red on the other side, because now he's appropriating Native Americans as well.
Oh, God. Oh, boy. Here we go. Yep, there you go.
That he said something to the effect of people have been appropriating them by wearing red face and Native American headdress. He's appropriating two cultures.
Yep. And also, he actually, I'm looking at his Twitter now, he actually had the audacity to say that some people are for the idiots in my mentions who are treating this as some harmless act because the other side of his face was painted red, I can make the argument that it makes it even worse.
Yep.
Y'all are the ones who hate Mexicans but wear sombreros on Cinco de Mayo. Now, he's been community noted, by the way,
it's
on
awesome.
Twitter.
Yep.
And, oh, by the way, he's turned off the mentions and the replies.
Shocking.
So nobody can comment on it. That being said, he does, and I'm looking at the top of his Twitter profile, his DMs are open. You can actually DM him. I'm almost tempted to DM him and try to get him to come on the show and talk about this.
I would love, why don't you do that?
Because
I would love for him to
I know
come on.
Outkick reached out to him, and he apparently declined to comment. So this is another guy that I guarantee you will hide behind mentions being turned off on Twitter. He will stay in his little internet space writing for I think Deadspin's gone bankrupt like twice in the last 5 years and probably would not come on to try to make his case. I won't ambush the guy. I'll let him try to make his case and tell him why I think he's completely wrong.
By the way, I'm with you that the parents for this kid should sue the hell out of Deadspin or whatever the organizations were that posted this kid's photo online. I mean, like, this has been circulated everywhere.
I know. This is a young kid who has been basically smeared by an adult, where the guy has been completely factually wrong with everything.
And I guess because he was on national TV dressed like this, I'm guessing that's where they got these photos, the screen grabs.
Yeah.
That it's considered in the public domain. I don't know.
Yeah, but if you're saying something, we learned about this in the Covington kids, situation where those were reportedly 6-figure settlements.
Yep.
That it's one thing for them to post it, but now they're giving commentary about a child.
Yeah.
that who is not a public person, they're not allowed to do that.
And don't you have a journalistic responsibility once you realize that he had paint on, even if you thought, and I don't even know how you can arrive at the conclusion just seeing his right side of his face, that that's blackface. Like, again, who in 2023 is showing up to a football game with the intent of wearing blackface? Nobody. But even if you then realize that he had paint on the left side of his face was red, isn't it your journalistic responsibility to redact your accusation in your reporting?
You would think.
I mean, you know, this is an opinion piece, so it's not real journalism, so to speak.
And it's Deadspin, which is
Deadspin
garbage.
But I mean, you're there's not one person that would sit there and be in agreement with Karan J. Phillips. So,
well,
I don't know.
I don't know, man. There are a lot of people that were commenting on this, so I have to look. This guy's a professional troll. He just likes to get clicks. He likes to get reaction.
He's a race baiting hustler.
That's all he's doing. But to Dawn's point, when you involve a kid like this, like this kid had no ill intention by what he was doing. He was supporting his team, for God's sake.
He's wearing a Travis Kelce jersey. He probably listened to Taylor Swift on the way to the game.
Yeah, that's not right. That's not right.
Yeah, I hope that the parents sue.
Yep.
Because I think they will win because they are showing a child who clearly has his team colors painted on the face.
Yep.
And they're saying this little kid is a hateful little racist kid. And by the way, they could be essentially accused of promoting violence against the kid.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a young kid. Obviously, it's really obvious. He face painted for the team colors. Way out of line.
What a scumbag this guy is.
I know.
Oh my God, dude! Yep. Like, do you have anything better to do with your time than to pick out a random little kid fan and basically try and ruin his life? Like, what is wrong with you?
I hope this entire market for people like this guy just completely evaporates overnight.
God.
Who was Nicholas Sandman's attorney?
Yeah, I know.
That
really.
team of attorneys need to contact these parents.
There you go. 855-839-1210 if you would like to jump in as we play some melodious tones over the phone number. Coming up next, final hour is on the way. We will have a big 3 at some point in the 9 o'clock hour. The morning mystery movie clip at 9:20. What's on the cut sheet part 2. And also a trio of COVID stories, how America has rejected the booster. Also, this latest mysterious pneumonia that is going on in China.
Oh, yeah, don't get me started.
Yeah, we got to touch on that.
God.
And then also in the New York Times, the startling evidence on learning loss from the pandemic. The bill has come due, and we've got the drastic results. We'll get to that as we continue. Kayal and Company, final hour on the way. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The future of joint pain relief is right here in Philadelphia with the flurries coming down. It's just starting to feel like Christmas, Hanukkah, the holiday season, which brings me to feeling good this holiday season. How are you feeling? Because I'm telling you, maybe you need QC Kinetics, advanced regenerative medicine, because so many of you have told me, Dawn, it's like a miracle in my life. So if you've been told you need more steroids or you need surgery and that maybe those are your only options, just hold up just a second and get a second opinion. Learn more about how you can harness your body's own healing agents to attack that joint pain. And I'm talking lasting relief. QC Kinetics does not just mask the pain. That's not what happens here. These treatments go to the very core of the problem using concentrated healing properties placed directly into your joint, restoring and repairing that damaged tissue. So just imagine yourself living your life this holiday season. No more pain in your knees, your hips, your shoulder, your aching back. No drugs, no downtime, no surgery. And life is about motion, right? QC Kinetics is giving people their lives back with these all-natural treatments. Just call them. Call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation. Do this today. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics. Would you just call them already? 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Rescue Natural Supplements' unprecedented Black Friday sale is back again this year. The savings are bigger and better than ever. Right now, they're slashing prices on all supplements with discounts ranging from 50 to an incredible 80% off the total cost. Rescue has a wide array of products to address your health needs, including immunity, cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. It's 50% off omega-3s, probiotics, and so much more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are 50 to 80% off during the entire month of November. So why wait? Start shopping at res-q.com today or call 800-26-ALIVE.
'Twas the holiday season at Total Wine & More. So many friends that you need to shop for. Gifts on their shelves are so easy to find. Just what you love for your loved ones in mind. Your father likes bourbon, Cabernet for your sis. Champagne for a co-worker, never a miss. Now that's a low price you'll shout out with glee when you shop Total Wine for them and for me.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Like any good agent, we're here for the open house, for the closing, for handing over keys. But because we're realtors, we're here for so much more. Agents who are realtors volunteer at nearly 3 times the national average. We're working to broaden access to credit, increase affordable housing supply, and ensure fair housing for all. And realtors are bound by a code of ethics. We're here for it all. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So, while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to all your home improvement needs, trust is everything. And that's why for years, I've been talking about the amazing work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons has done for me and my home. My roof, doors, windows, siding, and yes, remodeling projects. Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, and now baths and kitchens. Emmons is the Delaware Valley's one-stop shop for all of your home improvement needs. Call 856-556-3229 and get a free estimate, or go online to emmonsroofing.com, or even better, come visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. emmonsroofing.com. It's about trust, it's about quality, it's about great work, and that's why me and my family have used them for basically every project we've done to improve our home. emmonsroofing.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
Hey, Paoli. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Kayal Company, as we roll on 9:05 Tuesday morning. Welcome back in.
By the way, this is I'm playing the Rolling Stones, Give Me Shelter.
Mm-hmm.
This day in 1969, November 28th, 1969, the Rolling Stones, in my opinion, their greatest album, Let It Bleed, was released on this date in 1969.
54 years ago.
I cannot do that math, but kudos to you for doing it.
Wow.
54 years ago today, the Rolling Stones released, in my opinion, their best album, Let It Bleed.
Okay. Coming up this morning in just about 15 minutes, it's the morning mystery movie clip, and our prize is fresh and hot off the presses. Just announced at 8 o'clock this morning. You will get a chance to get a pair of tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco. It's at the It Ain't Right Tour 2024 at the Wells Fargo Center, which will be coming up next September. So September 27th, 2024. Let me check my calendar, see what I have planned for that day. Oh, I'm not eligible anyway. Tickets go on sale at 10 a.m. Friday, December 1st at Ticketmaster.com, but you can get yourself a pair of tickets in just about 13 minutes.
And by the way, we will have tickets all of this week at 9:20. So you can, it's win them before you can buy them. Sebastian Maniscalco tickets. Hot tickets these days.
How about that?
We will be giving them away every morning at 9:20 before you can buy them before they go on sale Friday at 10 a.m.
Okay. Coming up in just a little bit, airplane etiquette when it comes to a woman with a family versus a woman who has a window seat that was not willing to budge for the sake of a family. We'll get into that conversation in just a couple of minutes, but I want to get to some of this latest stuff with COVID, and we're going to look at it from three different angles. I'm looking at this courtesy of the Wall Street Journal, and they put out a updated release on the reported COVID-19 updated booster vaccination rates in 2023 based on your age group. And if you are anywhere from 6 months old to 18 years old, only 4% of you have gotten the updated booster, which means 96% of Americans ages 6 months to 18 years old I've essentially been told by their parents that you do not need this booster, this shot. We will not be getting this for you, little Johnny and little Heather. It is not necessary. Ages 18 and older, only 10% of Americans have the latest booster. So when we talk about Pfizer and Moderna and, you know, how they're tracking and monitoring what people are saying on social media about their product and their worthless shot that nobody is basically taking. We mentioned that in the big take this morning under the surveillance discussion we were having. Now you might see why, because they spent a whole hell of a lot of money on these boosters, and basically America has rejected them almost unanimously. So I thought that's interesting. And then in the demographic where you would see probably the highest percentage, the people that might be 65, 70, 75, that might be dealing with other health issues, only 23% of Americans 65 and older are getting the booster. I think the gig is up. I think Americans realize that, well, you told us the first time around that if I got the shot, I wouldn't get it and I wouldn't spread it. And then I think a lot of Americans have come to the realization that you're going to get COVID again in your life. You might get it this winter. You might get it next year. You might get it 5 years from now. It's not going away. And you're probably not going to die. And you're probably going to be fine. And I think America is just kind of giving the proverbial bird to Big Pharma. And I'm not going to, I don't sit there and question people's health choices. You do you.
You do you, buddy.
But I applaud people for sticking it to Big Pharma. I really do.
Yeah.
So, figured we would share those statistics with you. Then we got to get to this story. And anytime something begins in China, I am immediately doubting everything I hear.
Dawn, I'm surprised this was not on your 6 a.m. news, because it's about children and pneumonia and death and destruction. And I was very, very, very surprised it was not in your 6 a.m. news.
All the kiddies are in trouble, folks, and here's why. So there is another viral respiratory issue that is overwhelming China. The eyes of the world, this is from dailymail.com. The eyes of the world once again locked on China as it suffers another mysterious respiratory outbreak that is overwhelming some hospitals. Chaotic scenes of mask-wearing crowds in hospitals in Beijing have the eerie echo similarity of the early days of the COVID outbreak 4 years ago. That also began with a, quote, undiagnosed pneumonia. Chinese authorities are insisting, so we should believe the Chinese authorities insisting they are simply dealing with a rebound in severe flu and respiratory illnesses that were suppressed by lockdowns rather than a novel virus like the one that caused the COVID-19 pandemic. China had the world's longest and harshest lockdown measures, as we all know, and is only now experiencing its first winter in years without the lockdowns. The curbs are believed to have suppressed the population's immunity and left them vulnerable to seasonal illnesses. While Chinese officials say they have no evidence of unusual or novel pathogens, Obama's ex-White House chief of staff, Rahm Emanuel, has said Beijing's history of cover-ups is a cause for skepticism. Geez, you think? I would say so. They go on to say China has not revealed how many people have been hospitalized or died in the outbreak, but it appears to be mainly affecting children.
And by the way, if that illness or that whatever it is in China, it's here. So, Xi Jinping was just here last week, or a week and a half ago.
As were a handful of others.
So I'm just saying that the thought that it's only in China is 100% wrong.
I agree.
But pneumonia, does pneumonia kill people with, whether they're babies, newborns, or elderly folks, or, immunocompromised, whatever? Does it kill every year? Yes, absolutely. In America, not as much because we have great health care in this country. So third world countries. So the World Health Organization, UNICEF, they all, every year, this time of year, they're talking about this. So the reason I didn't do it was because I don't see any, seriously, the reason I didn't report on this at 6 a.m. is that I really don't see this here in our area any more than what we normally see.
Right.
Rotavirus is another one. It's awful. But most of these, because we have great health care and we don't experience it as much. But if you have a baby, please, God, you don't need the whole family coming to visit you. Trust me on this one.
Right.
Because that happened to me when I, first had Michael, and he got really sick, 3 days old, nearly died.
Yeah.
So everybody doesn't need to go visit you in the hospital, doesn't need to go into the mommy's, hospital room where she just gave birth and go into the maternity ward. Just drop off a dish at the house after she gets home, or send her some flowers.
Yeah. Totally agree. Yep. Doctors on the ground say they are seeing children with high fever and lung inflammation, but without a cough or pulmonary nodules, lumps on the lungs that are usually the result of a past infection. The alarm was first raised over the outbreak internationally a week ago, November 21st, when the disease surveillance system, ProMed, issued a notification about reports of an undiagnosed pneumonia in China. So
they say that it's a mycoplasma, it's a bacterial infection, but basically it's the equivalent of walking pneumonia if you've ever had that. So even if you're a healthy kid or a healthy person and you get this, you're going to be okay. You're going to be sick, but kids get sick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
of course.
Right? All the time.
Stalker knows right now really well.
My son is like 3.5 right now, and I think he spent his entire 3 years with a cough.
Yep.
So it's like he's not sick; he just has a cough all the time.
Yep.
So he's always sick. It's disgusting.
It is.
They're disgusting, disgusting humans.
I know. I'm telling you, I'll never forget the spring of 2015 as my girls were 6-7 months old. I had a cold. I swear to God, it ran from Valentine's Day until the first day of the Masters. I was stuffed up for like 8 straight weeks.
They were 6. So were they in daycare, or they were with a lot of kids?
We had a like a little home daycare down the street. Some lady has like 3 or 4 kids that she babysits, and we would take them there. And then I'm telling you, like I swear, and I had the best immune system. Like everybody says, oh, I never get sick. I was literally that guy. I think I went a decade without like the flu, without a cold, without anything. And that entire spring, I literally wanted to just crawl up into the fetal position and go take a nap.
But think about it. It's like a workout. So you, the baby, the twin babies, your wife, your immune system was getting the workout, and it builds and strengthens. And we've talked about this, the pandemic, and those even who don't want to come back to work and whatnot are actually part of the problem.
Yeah.
Because they're not getting the workout.
That's correct.
And as far as the immune system goes. But, we had that this weekend. We had a relative, one of her kids had a fever. Should she come, because she always comes Thanksgiving for dessert because it's a big family thing. And there's another member of the family who just survived breast cancer. So then she thought, you know what?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not gonna come. I might have been. So I understand we all have those moments, but in general, I always say, come on over.
Yep.
We're just, no masks. Come on over, unless somebody, like I say, is just survived cancer or something.
But by the way, stuff like this went on and should have gone on even before COVID. Like, if you have a flu or you have something like that, don't come to my house. I don't need to see you that bad. It's fine. We can reschedule and do something else. It's not just COVID.
Yeah.
It's literally everything.
Fever.
A fever, anything. Don't come to my house if you're sick. I don't need to see you that bad.
I agree. Stay the hell away from me.
Yeah, if it's over 100-degree fever, especially if it's over 101, don't come over because you're going to spread it. And by the way, all those people that give their kid, they drug them up and they send them to daycare or school.
Yeah, that's just wrong.
The worst.
Yeah.
Speaking of school, we'll get to this the third story with COVID in a moment. Morning mystery movie clip in about 3 minutes. So we know the devastating impacts of virtual learning, the pandemic, and how many children were affected from an education standpoint, a communication development, a social adaptation standpoint. The New York Times has penned a new op-ed that says school COVID closures may be the most damaging disruption to kids and kids' education in the history of the United States of America.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Welcome to the party, what everybody's been saying, and you kept going down a certain road, and now the bill has come due, and it's time to pay the bill. And sadly, a lot of these children will be the ones that have to deal with this. The New York Times on Saturday had an editorial that was written talking about the closures that were enacted in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and it, quote, may prove to be the most damaging disruption in the history of American education. The editorial provided a reflection on the significant learning losses stemming from keeping around 50 million children out of the classroom because of the virus, and urged elected officials in the education community to move quickly to heal some of the damage. And as we know, in the thick of the pandemic, Congress sent $190 billion in aid to these schools. And oh, by the way, with the stipulation that 20% of the funds had to be used for reversing learning setbacks. And here we are now 3.5 years after the start of the pandemic, and you have some of the lowest test level scores for reading and mathematics, kids that are a grade and a half, 2 grades behind. And I think when, and you're going to start to get more and more data as these years go by, but I think it's safe to say now, but there'll probably be there'll be an admission by all the mainstream media outlets in the next 3, 4, 5 years. We're going to look back at this and we're going to realize that this was one of, forget academic setbacks, this was one of the biggest travesties we could ever impose on children. Like the benefit of being in a school, and I know there's a lot of benefits of homeschooling, and we've had those homeschooling versus public school conversations on this show many times, but I don't know that you can put, we sit here and we talk about college and the degree you get's not worth the paper it's written on, but I don't know that you can put a price tag on being in a school, growing up as a kid, and just going through that process. And I'm talking about from an education standpoint, from a communication development standpoint, social interaction standpoint. It is, to me, blatantly obvious now. I don't know how anybody can arrive at the conclusion that we failed a large portion of children. Knock on wood, I am so glad my daughters get good grades. They're where they need to be academically, developmental-wise. They don't have communication issues other than the fact that they can't shut up and they talk way too much. They probably get that from dad. But other than that, I'm fortunate. But for these parents out there, Dawn, that have children that have dealt with, and it goes beyond, okay, maybe Bobby should be at a 6th grade math level and he's at a 5th grade math level. Maybe not the end of the world, but the communication stuff, the social issues, maybe the anxiety, the having to cover your face with a mask. Like, I feel bad for the parents that are dealing with real serious long-term implications with children. I'm glad I'm not in that position. Thank God.
Yeah, here in Philadelphia, we were saying it, we were feeling it. On the East Coast, we had among the strictest mandates.
Yeah.
Children were locked out of classrooms. The difference was, so I'm a resident of the city of Philadelphia, but my kids went to a private little Catholic school around the corner from my house.
Mm-hmm.
So the Sisters of St. Joseph, who've been around more than 100 years in the Chestnut Hill region and run Chestnut Hill College and some others, they decided that, you know what, we can figure this out. We've got this.
Mm-hmm.
And these little nuns, and many of them, have health issues, and we as the parents were more worried about them, and they said, we've got this. They figured it out.
Yep.
Now, granted, do we have smaller class sizes? Yes, of course, but they broke it up even further, and they were able to keep the schools open. The difference, and this was, I think, when a lot of Philadelphia public schools and students and teachers realized, hey, why is it that across the street there's a Catholic school or a private school that they can figure it out, and my kids are locked out of and banned from the classroom?
It's outrageous.
And it was a hot mess.
Mm-hmm.
Not only were they banned, but then there were all these rules by the teachers union. Well, they got to have a special fan, and they got to do this, and they got to have that.
Pisses me off.
That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And then ultimately, even when they said they could come back in, or no, that they had virtual learning, well, then we found out like half the city doesn't even have Wi-Fi.
Right.
So they had to get that up and running. Then they realized the kids don't have a computer at home.
Mm-hmm.
They had to hand out tablets. In essence, here in Philadelphia, we had basically, if you look at it, let's say a kid was in the 1st grade. It wasn't until they were like the 6th grade that they're back to normal. It impacted so many years of learning if you look at by the school year. This is why, look at our absentee rates right now.
Yeah.
Look at it. Oh, my goodness. This is a crisis.
I saw something. Is it around 61% is the absentee rate? I feel like that can't be accurate. I must have misread something.
That's what they're saying.
It's unbelievable. 60, you're not there 6 out of 10 days. It's remarkable.
I mean, I was okay. I'm so sorry.
No, but I mean,
Greg missed 7 out of 10 days.
So I know that the editorial on the New York Times, I'm glad they've acknowledged it. Yeah. We here in Philadelphia, we have been talking about it, but the local media, not so much. And they try to blame other things. It's bizarre.
Yep.
And they need to just say, and that's why I think the parents you've seen, even when now we have asbestos, like what the heck were they all doing when the schools were closed for years? Why didn't you search for the asbestos then?
Go in there and wipe that stuff out. I agree. All right, 9:23. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, good God.
Oh, I don't think even he has the power that we do right now.
No. There's going to be an attack on a British passenger convoy. Right there.
God, you're right. Well, those U-boats are only 20, 30 minutes away.
Civilians. Hundreds of them. We can save their lives.
I'll phone Deniston's office so that he can alert the Admiralty.
What, do you think there's enough time to save them?
There should be, if we can get a message to that convoy.
Come on, Deniston's office, please. No, it's urgent.
No.
What the hell are you doing?
You can't call Deniston. You can't tell him about the attack.
What are you talking about?
We can have air support over that convoy in 10 minutes.
Let the U-boats sink the convoy.
Look, it's been a big day. Maybe you're suffering from a bit of shock.
I don't have time for...
No!
Shoot! That's enough!
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, this great prize today and all week long, a pair of tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco and the It Ain't Right Tour 2024 at the Wells Fargo Center next September 27th, 2024. If you can identify that movie clip right now, call her 855-839-1210. See if we get our winner on the other side. And if you don't win them today, tickets on sale 10 a.m. this Friday, December 1st at Ticketmaster.com. Kayal Company, back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about my friends from Piazza Honda we have had a relationship for years now, and they're great. Michael, we recently got him that sporty new Honda Civic from our friends at Piazza Honda. The staff, everybody there, so accommodating and just made our experience seamless and streamlined. Most importantly, Piazza Honda found Michael the exact Civic, the model, the color, everything and more that he could have wanted. I highly recommend you visit your local Piazza Honda dealer in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. And yeah, there is power in the Piazza family and the Piazza name because that's what happened with us. So they can transfer one. If you're at one dealership and they've got something over here, they can check for that, whether it's new or previously owned. So I highly recommend the folks at Piazza Honda. Shop online today, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Between global jihad, China, Russia, and our southern border, we are in for a long and protracted battle. You need to prepare for the worst. Protect your home, protect your family, and protect your investments. It's time to reach out to the Oxford Gold Group. They make it simple for whether you are buying more gold, diversifying your 401k, or buying gold for the first time. Call 833-995-GOLD or visit jessekellygold.com. That's jessekellygold.com.
With the holidays upon us, the increase in traveling, shopping, and connecting online also heightens the need to protect your identity and finances with LifeLock. Identity thieves see this time of year as an opportunity to drain your accounts, open new loans in your name, and damage your financial future. LifeLock detects and alerts you to the threats you might miss on your own. Don't let the busy holiday season catch you off guard. Save up to 25% off your first year with promo code CLAY. LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY.
The Black Friday sales event is cruising into Delaware County, and Vidian Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has what you're looking for. Steve Vidian and his family have been selling and servicing the Jeeps, trucks, and cars of suburban Philadelphia for nearly 70 years.
Unbelievable selection? Vidian's got it. Fabulous pricing? Vidian's got it. Elite customer service? You know it.
Welcome the holidays with style and drive home in a new 2024 Wrangler Sport 4XE. There's one on the lot just for you. Shop Vidian.com 24/7 today. 36 month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $55.49 down, $329 plus tax, tags, and acquisition fees.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Get into the holiday spirit and listen to Philly's official Christmas station, B101, for all the sounds of the season, from Mariah to the holiday classics.
It's the most wonderful.
Plus, keep rocking around the Christmas tree no matter where you are with B101 on the free Odyssey app. Turning your home into a winter wonderland? Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly. Enjoy the holiday season your way on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Just as I thought it was going all right, I found out I'm wrong when I thought it was right. It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all.
Kayal and Company, 9:31. As we continue here live on a Tuesday morning, the big snow flurries have come and gone. Beautiful day outside, sunny, but cold. Very cold.
Cold!
Yes.
It's cold!
Hate it. Stay warm out there. 855-839-1210. We've got our morning mystery movie clip prize today, which is a great one, as we are giving away today through Friday a pair of tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco in September of 2024 for the It Ain't Right Tour 2024 at Wells Fargo Center. And Peggy is in Northeast Philadelphia. She's on the line, and she has identified the movie clip. Peggy, good morning. Are you staying warm today, by the way, Peggy?
Good morning. Yes, I am.
All right.
It's freezing.
What movie did we play for you, Peggy?
That's The Imitation Game.
That is correct. Nice work. You've got the first pair of
Thank
tickets
you.
that we are giving away this week. So congratulations, and make sure your calendar is clear. September 27th, 2024.
I will do that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for listening and playing, Peggy. There she is, winner number 1. All right, we're going to get to the second round of the cut sheet in just a few minutes. But first, let's go to Dawn Stenzel at 9:32 for her Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Yes, and we have a sponsor, Greg Stocker. I apologize.
We do not.
Do not have a sponsor. Okay, sorry. The snow flurries sponsor us this morning. So we have some Hunter Biden news, some breaking news happening. Apparently, according to the House Oversight Committee, and there's confirmation from Hunter Biden's defense that, yes, Hunter is ready. He is ready to testify before the Oversight Committee, with Chairman James Comer confirming this. And so we have the letter in front of us, and they're saying, it's kind of bizarre. He says, Mr. Chairman, we take you up on your offer to testify. They have subpoena power, so that was kind of interesting there. But it says your empty investigation has gone on too long, wasting too many better used resources, so it should come to an end. Consequently, Mr. Biden will appear at such a public hearing on the date you noticed, December 13th, or any date in December that we can arrange. So sort of a snarky written letter.
So we're going to get Hunter Biden on the stand.
Yes.
Oh, my.
Wow.
I smell a big take coming. I smell a big take coming.
December 13th, baby.
December 13th. They should charge pay-per-view for that. $39.95.
Do they do pay-per-view anymore? I mean, like I know UFC
Everything's
does,
like
but,
streamed.
Yeah, fights, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
They
All right, Hunter.
by the way, they subpoenaed him back on November 8th.
Yep.
And so this is now, it's a subpoena. You have to answer it, but they're, giving the snarky answer. The Biden family and its business associates are accused of receiving more than $24 million from Ukraine, Russia, China, Romania, and Kazakhstan over a 5-year period, according to the House committee looking into this.
Okay.
So there you have it.
Okay.
On another note, we have, because we were off last Thursday, I'll just point out that President Joe Biden joined his embattled son Hunter and the other family members for a Thanksgiving Day celebration and polar bear plunge.
I saw this.
You did?
The polar bear plunge. Oh, my.
So they shared the picture on Execute Picture. It was nothing lewd or anything torrid on the beach there. We will get to a inappropriate action on the beach in Georgia in a moment. But this was their polar plunge. They jumped in the ocean there in Delaware. Or no, this was in the Hamptons, right?
Yes, that was.
So it wasn't even in Delaware.
Vacationing. Yes, because the Bidens, that's what they do. 40% of the time they vacation.
Nantucket, not
Nantucket, thank you. Sorry. Got my snooty beach place confused. Sorry about that.
My elitist vacation spots.
D-bag places.
Yep.
So we have the story that Greg Stocker, On Demand with Greg Stocker. He sent this a couple days ago, and I forgot to do it. So this is the story of a woman who was arrested in Georgia for her, and they're just releasing the video and more details of this, apparently.
Speaking of pay-per-view, you need a pay-per-view to see this video.
So police were called when this woman was on a Georgia beach, and she was using an adult device
Oh my God.
to pleasure herself
Okay.
on the beach.
Are we instructing the audience to get to YouTube right now?
No,
Or
I
just-
know. I
just
don't think
checking.
there's any videos.
Oh, okay.
Well, there are pictures of her.
Yeah.
So in any event, well, no, there is video actually.
Is there?
We have tape?
There is video.
Go to the
And
tape.
she's-
I don't know if we have the tape.
No?
I don't
All right.
think we do.
All right. Okay.
I can't think of everything on Scott.
They've released the police body cam video.
Yep.
It's not of her doing it's her reaction afterwards. In any event, lewd behavior and charged with other, indecent exposure and this sort of thing. So the woman is in a one-piece swimsuit. She's a 34-year-old woman identified as Christina Revels Glick. And police arrested her because the police were called to the Georgia beach.
Mm-hmm.
And this woman was on Tybee Island Beach in the state of Georgia. And she was indulging herself in a little lying down on the beach and a pleasuring moment. The 911 calls. I don't know if they've released the 911 calls, but there were families. They were calling 911 because the families were saying this is highly inappropriate. We have kids, and this woman is over here doing these lewd acts.
Yep.
And she is loudly moaning and groaning
Wow.
and screaming, and at one point really reached a climax of screaming, if you will.
Wow. Wait. She completed the act?
She did.
Wow.
And so if you have little kids and you're on the beach, and there's one picture of this female policewoman with her hands on her hips, like disgusted by this woman, because this is a family place.
Yeah,
Come on.
It is. But that's a major focus and a major commitment for her to finish the full routine.
And then she actually states to the officer, to the policewoman, and she goes, "Who saw that? Nobody saw that. Nobody was around."
No, we heard you, ma'am.
And then she actually goes on she says, "I had an O, and I'm sorry. I'm really stressed out."
She was stressed out, guys. Come on.
And this policewoman is having none of it. Is just saying, really?
Yeah.
And so good for you. I'm glad it was a policewoman who answered this.
Well,
And-
I can't imagine a dude answering that call.
Right?
No.
So they handcuff her. They escort her off the beach.
No.
And
Yeah, you know.
yeah. And so I don't know. The policewoman was very professional and so on and so forth. But you can see the disgust.
Yeah.
To say, "Come on already, lady. You could have gone in your vehicle or go home or whatever."
Yeah. Get it together, woman.
And the officer had a good comeback. She said, "Oh, really? If nobody saw it, they wouldn't have called, right? We had multiple calls."
And what beach was this?
Tybee. It was in off Georgia. It was Tybee.
Okay.
Tybee Beach.
Very interesting.
But Tybee Island Beach. So you see that it looks a lot like Ocean City, where they have beachfront properties, and they're close together.
Yeah.
So the funny thing is, the woman, she's a very attractive 34-year-old woman in her one-piece swimsuit, but it looks like she's wearing a gold cross, like a crucifix necklace.
Okay.
By the way.
Yeah, I'm actually
Kind of weird. You
I'm
looking at this?
Yeah, I'm looking at the pictures of her right now. Let me pull this and go larger here.
But the fact that she talks back to the officer,
right?
As a uniformed officer there.
Yeah, quit giving him guff.
Her female officer.
Oh, yeah, yes, that's true.
The female officer is
Right.
has her hands on her hips.
Yeah.
Sort of have her hip. She's like looking at her sort of judgmentally. She's got glasses. She's like, mm-hmm.
What do you think? What do you think, Stalker? How would you assess?
I mean, look, she's lovely.
Yeah.
She's lovely. I wouldn't.
I'm a fan.
She has a gold cross around her neck, so she's
Really?
She's a woman of faith.
She's a woman of faith. She had faith she could finish.
Well, I mean, look, it happens. Sometimes the urge.
Yeah.
The urge seems to.
Yep. She couldn't fight the feeling any longer, Greg.
Yep.
Sitting on my town, nobody was around me.
Okay, and you were over at the beach?
Like I was near the water.
Near the water?
Yeah.
Okay.
What did I do? What did I do?
So apparently you were masturbating on the beach.
Oh, boy.
Who saw that?
I mean, a couple people.
No, they
families.
didn't. That's not true.
Why would they call us that?
Nobody was around. Was it an anonymous call? Is this one of my buddies? Okay, one of my buddies.
She has a Budweiser in her hand too.
Okay, look, let me let me show you.
Aluminum pint.
Okay.
Is there anything in the bag?
No.
Is it if I look through it? I mean, if you can open it and can I see the contents inside the bag?
Contents.
Here's when they find the adult
I don't
toy.
really understand what y'all.
The adult.
We're just here because someone called and we're very concerned. Okay.
This is really highly offensive to me.
And that's why I'm trying to figure it out.
It's my vibrator, but I just put it in my. I was sitting on the beach, and I just.
All right, okay.
All right, there we go.
Okay, we know. Okay.
And Anthony Dorenzo just said in our group text that I'm planning my next vacation at that beach.
That's just nasty.
It is.
It's nasty.
Yeah, I'm glad she got arrested. Get off this beach.
Yeah.
Go home.
It's a family beach. People in there. She's claiming nobody was around. There were people around.
Yeah, and by the way, too, it's
disgusting.
also like late November. Who the hell goes to the beach in late November in Georgia?
I believe it happened earlier, but they've just now, because she had to go through the process. She was arrested and charged and so on. So they've just now through the courts released the actual body cam video that Greg was just showing and playing.
Good job, guys. The photo, go to the photo. If you go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, you can see her. You can see her if you want to see her.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
It's a nice bathing suit.
It's a nice bathing suit. How does? Okay. I mean, it's a one piece. So I'm wondering.
Yeah, we can always get to the cut sheet before you shoot yourself.
Well, if you played more of it, I will tell you. She explains to the officer how she's laying down and
I didn't want to play that part because
is underneath
it's
the swimsuit.
It's very graphic.
But part of the whole thing is she knew what she was doing she wasn't being silent. And that's why, and so not only was she doing this lewd act with a device, a battery-operated device, which they found in her, which she showed the bag, and then they find it, but now she's loudly putting on the show. And people were not amused. It's nasty.
She should have told the officers that you're going to need a warrant to search this bag.
And Nick Kayal giving advice.
The YouTube chatters are just
What?
horrendous. Newman Price says she's a 6.25.
Okay, I was thinking 6.2 is not bad, but he went 6.25.
Fees 357 says a 6.15. Peter S says a solid 7. Chris Forsyth says she's a 7.
Yeah.
YouTube.com. Dawn is on the chat now too.
Oh, great.
YouTube.com/@1210.
Dawn gave her an 8.3.
No, she's attractive physically, but not otherwise.
If you go on to see the video,
why is she laying down on the furniture?
Because
now?
she was demonstrating what she was doing.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. She demonstrated. The officers are just like, what is the matter with you?
Yeah.
It's funny. This radio show is for adults. We should be able to describe this to other adults who can talk about things in an adult way. But because of the stupid FCC, we can't say things because we have to talk like we're 3-year-olds.
Yeah, you know what? In my first act as president of the United States of America, I am abolishing the Federal Communications Commission.
Thank you.
The FCC needs to go. My first act as president of this great country.
Isn't it? That's just nasty.
It is. All right, are we done? We done gawking over Our Lady on the beach?
I'm
trying to keep the moral compass in the right direction here. On this
since that was basically what's on the cut sheet. Thank you, Dawn. It was sponsored by ECI Comfort. ECI Comfort is the cold weather getting you down. Stay warm with ECI Comfort, your go-to HVAC expert. Upgrade to the reliability of Trane heating systems, keeping you cozy when it matters most. Call ECI Comfort for your comfort needs or online at ECIComfort.com, ECIComfort.com. I bet ECI Comfort didn't realize that they were sponsoring that.
That was a very comforting segment.
Thank you for sponsoring the Big 3 at 9.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
The Big 3 and the Big O, sponsored by Big Comfort.
So we did the Big O, the Big 3, and the cut sheet all at once right there. And I didn't even know we were doing half of it.
Get her done.
Joseph Hausman says she's a 6.1. Yeah. This is just not right. I mean, look.
Should we leave her in box 4 during the break for the boys in the chat?
Okay, yes.
The score's coming in.
Gentlemen, if you could leave her up during the commercial break.
Yeah, score amongst yourselves.
You can score amongst yourselves. And ladies, Dawn, give her a score so we don't sound sexist here.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll do a 5.8.
Wow.
Dawn's a tough grader.
Wow.
Dawn is a tough grader.
5.8.
5.8. She looks better than Taylor Swift.
In
my opinion.
E. Flores says a 7.8.
7. Oh, there you go.
Dawn Stetson. All right, this show is just the 9 o'clock hour on the show always just goes off the rails.
It does.
It really,
I try to bring it back in around
do.
9:05 with COVID and pertinent information.
You do. It's our fault. It's my fault and Dawn's fault.
Yeah, I know. I got to be the adult of the show. All right, coming up next, we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show today and who on Twitter and YouTube today as we put a bow on whatever the hell we've been doing for the last 45 minutes here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about What a Crock and their delicious ready-made meals before. If you're a busy working parent, like me, or you could, I hate the term working parent, by the way, because if you're a parent, you're always working 24/7, right? But if you're so busy with your kids, with your family, with your job, or maybe you could just use some easy meals that are delicious. You're going to love What a Crock. I put a meal in my slow cooker in the morning, run around all day, and when I come home, yes, dinner is waiting. Unlike most meal kit companies, and this is a critical point here for me, there is not any prep, zero prep required at all. Cleanup is a breeze. It's literally as simple as dropping a meal into your slow cooker and boom, dinner is handled. I love it. It's like a mini vacation for me. Whatacrock.com has a huge menu of more than 50 meals to try, from the classics, which my family loves, like the old-fashioned pot roast, for example. It's delicious when you come home to that, just simmering. The house just smells so good. Or what about the chicken Alfredo? And then the new favorites, like the stuffed chicken parm meatballs and honey garlic chicken with veggies. Delicious and nutritious. No subscription or commitment is required, by the way. Just order. And you order exactly what you want, whenever you want. And by the way, before the kids come home for college or something like, it's a great care package for a relative, somebody who just had a baby. By the way, that's a good idea too. Make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. You get $10 off. Whatacrock.com, code WPHT, $10 off. If you've tried What a Crock before, you'll know how much of a lifesaver their dinners really are. Just order. Order right now. Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with cancer or undergoing treatments that cause severe fatigue or brain fog, medical hydration may be right for you. Dr. Molly Fantasia of Innovative Medical Associates has more than 30 years experience in helping cancer patients to improve their quality of life.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Nutrients delivered right to the cells support your immune system through surgery, chemotherapy, or wherever you may be on your cancer journey. Visit innovativemedicalassociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration for cancer, autoimmune diseases, and more.
Virtua Health is here for you, all of you. Here for the run-of-the-mills, the out-of-the-blues. Here for everything in between. And with our Rowan University partnership, we're here, rethinking the way academic medicine feels. Welcome to a more convenient, smarter healthcare experience. And that's more good for everyone. Find a Virtua physician or location near you at virtua.org. Virtua Health, now more than ever, here for good.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. Thinking of having turkey for the holidays? Make sure to buy one that was humanely and ethically raised. One of the best options is to buy a turkey direct from a local farm. If that's not an option, look for turkeys that are labeled either USDA organic or certified humane. Be wary of terms like natural, cage-free, and no hormones, as these terms aren't regulated. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hey, this is Norman Chaikin, also known as Norman the Floorman. I'll never forget my dad's last words. Norman, will you stop playing with that bow and arrow? No kidding, folks. If you're responsible for buying carpet for your company or organization, you need to call me now. I stock the largest selection of commercial carpet in the Delaware Valley. Call 800-220-RUGS. Call Norman the Floorman to save 50% off our competitor's best price. Now that's not chopped liver.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Tuesday morning, Kayal and Company, as we put a bow on another show.
Come on, nothing? Nobody gets my jokes here? Rebel yell? Come on. Come on.
Yeah, a little Georgia rebel yell on the beach. You gotta do what you gotta do, right? Hopefully all the boys enjoyed Box 4 during the break.
By the way, the YouTube chat was just lighting up with explicit comments.
Yeah. Yeah. Comments that we can't read, I'm assuming.
No.
That's cool.
I found one that I can read that I will. That one YouTube.
Yeah. Just another thing YouTube can flag us for.
I know.
As if using rejoiners in music isn't detectable from a bot standpoint.
Yeah.
Now we'll get some somebody Newman Price will say something to get us taken down.
Well, it's funny because Phil Omquist, who's doing a great job as our associate producer, sends me a list every night of interesting things that happened that day in music history because he knows I love that stuff.
Yeah.
And 90% of the stuff I can't play because YouTube will flag it and take us down.
That's unbelievable.
It's horrendous.
I know.
Thank you, Don. It's a sin.
And by the way,
I think I need to go on a beach. Relieve some stress.
Phil Omquist doing a nice job in his first month since taking over for the now departed Daniel Valdez.
He's doing a great job.
So keep it up back there, Phil. Great work. All right, the Dawn Show is coming up in just about 7 minutes, and we find out what Dawn has lined up for 10 o'clock.
Yeah, there's so much. There's a lot of breaking news, and we'll break all of that down. We have some local updates as far as Philadelphia City Hall, city politics, the state of education here in Philadelphia, so we'll localize that as well as budget talks in Pennsylvania, Bidenomics. We've got a couple of great guests as well. So Mike Nichols, local journalist, he'll join us, state of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, and break that down. And Julie Bauke, who is just going to bring us to the job market, the latest trends, especially as we still have some hiring issues across the country. So some great consumer news as well. It's all coming up.
All right, the Dawn Show at 10 o'clock. So Julie Bauke. Here's how my brain works. Every time I hear her last name, I think of Bauke. Yes, from Perfect Strangers.
Oh, that's so funny. That's hysterical.
Dawn,
I've got issues.
I have a sponsor here for Who on Twitter, but I don't feel comfortable reading them for Who on Twitter because of the content of Who on Twitter. So can you start off your 10 o'clock hour with reading the sponsor for me?
Okay, sure.
Thank you very much.
Jeez.
I'm trying to look. They're a wonderful sponsor.
Yeah?
I love them. I don't even want to mention them because I don't want them to be associated with the smut and the filth that we have on our show sometimes.
Prudent decision by the brand manager.
Thank you very much.
Is this sponsored by Vagina Candles for Gwyneth Paltrow? Holiday season coming up.
We'll just say yes. We'll just say that.
Yeah, there you go. All right, let's find out, Greg Sucker, who won Twitter today?
Who won Twitter?
Irk wins Twitter. He says sometimes you find yourself at the beach and you just got to make a splash.
Yeah, you're damn right. And you pull out a little
mustard.
No. And then
who won?
YouTube. It goes to Tim Kruger, who says that's how crabs get to the beach.
Oh,
love it. But very good.
Boy, it's going to be a tough act to follow.
It is.
All right, well, we'll try to do it again tomorrow and see if we can top today's show. But stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, and as the binder would say.
Oh, wait, hang on.
As the binder would say.
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A man was shot by a Septa police officer after authorities say he stabbed 3 people on a Broad Street line platform. Code blues are in effect for Philadelphia Philadelphia and many surrounding counties, and the lighting upgrade project at Boathouse Row is delayed several months because of supply chain issues.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Millions of Americans are losing their medical assistance or Medicaid coverage. If this affects you, Independence Blue Cross can help. You may be eligible to enroll in a health plan for as little as $0 a month. With Independence Blue Cross, you get the largest provider network in the area, including most Keystone First doctors and hospitals. We also offer free 24/7 telemedicine, coverage for hospital stays and prescriptions. See if you qualify for $0 health insurance and enroll today. Call Independence Blue Cross at 1-844-464-2583 or visit ibx.com/staycovered.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou